We are Kyndryl. We design, build, manage, and modernize the mission-critical technology systems that the world depends on every day. Working with our customers, we imagine things differently. By forging new strategic partnerships, we unlock new possibilities, creating a world powered by healthy digital systems alive with opportunity, oxygen to innovation, and energy to change the world. We are Kyndryl, and we are the heart of progress.
We're talking about that all day yesterday.
BSO Now is your online home for weekly Boston Symphony Orchestra and Boston Pops performances. See new concerts that go behind the scenes, plus acclaimed archival concerts. Visit bso.org/now, where the music plays on. BSO season sponsor, Bank of America.
I'm using every lever available to me to bring down prices for the American people. And our nations are working together to stabilize global energy markets, including coordinating the largest release from the global global oil reserves in history.
In the vein of our existence, the President of the United States continuing his battle with inflation, continuing to stand by his administration's COVID-19 aid package, telling AP the following: "You could argue whether it had a marginal or minor impact on inflation. I don't think it did. Most economists don't think it
Good morning. Happy Friday. All right, futures are off the highs of the session. We got Alibaba up 10%. Okay. Alibaba's up 10%. All right, looking for Chinese stocks to rally today. All right, so futures have drifted lower from its pre-market highs. All of these opportunities on these bounces to take risk off is a good idea. Mohammed Al-Arian was on point this morning on Bloomberg. He was pretty succinct in his thoughts on the economy, the Fed, what they have to do, what risks there are in the markets, equity markets. Instead of just instilling fear in people, he actually had some good comments about positioning. Basically, he was saying that, gun to his head, he'd probably be looking at bonds, but if he didn't, he'd rather not be investing at the moment, putting capital to work. So he'd probably be looking at individual names, which is probably a good idea. Zombie companies are going to have a big problem next year refinancing their debt. So just Google zombie companies and look for your shorts there. There's a lot of conversation about that in the trading room over the last few months. Companies that won't succeed, that might go to zero, that are likely to go to zero. So all you need to do is join in the conversation after 4 o'clock. All right, so Alibaba looks like China regulators are going to allow the Ant IPO to go forward. At least that's the consensus I'm hearing right now. Alibaba Group Holdings affiliate Ant Group applies to set up financial holding company, which has been a key hurdle in efforts to revamp, as China's central bank has accepted its application to set up a financial holding company. That's out of Reuters. People's Bank of China accepted Ant's application this month, according to the report. The application is part of Ant's revamp after Chinese authorities pulled the tech giant's planned IPO of $37 billion in 2020 due to regulatory concerns. So if you have the options that we took, the 110 calls, we rolled them out from 105 to 110. So those are almost $3 in the money. Most likely we'll continue to see a ramp higher. So I'll keep rolling these calls out and up. All right, we've got less than 2 minutes to go for the opening bell. Markets are fading a bit more. I'm taking any opportunities on the upside to get my equity exposure down to about 40%. I'm currently at 45%, hovering around that area. Day trading only. I'll be looking to buy back my UVIX calls, covered calls, for a credit or for a profit. And I'll just keep doing that over and over as VIX stays near highs. First 15 minutes, I'm not doing much of anything except taking profits off the table. Then I wait till about 9:50 to 10 o'clock. Looking for stocks that have high relative volume and are above VWAP for bullish trades, below VWAP for bearish trades, and maybe some news like Alibaba. That's a good example of what I'm looking for. Alibaba has got a major press release and probably has very high relative volume today. Most likely will be situated above VWAP all day. That's my guess. So let's get ready for the opening bell. And good luck. There's your opening bell. Okay, Alibaba. I'll probably take a few of these calls off for profit and hold on to some. Okay. I'll watch the other Chinese stocks. A sign that Chinese regulators are going to get a little bit more supportive. There goes Alibaba up there at the highs. All right, keep an eye on SPY. You might have an opportunity here in the next few minutes. Oops. But Alibaba, Baozun, all of the Chinese stocks are higher. Okay. All right, looking for a follow through in a lot of these Chinese stocks. So you should have a good day. Many of them gapping up. Baozun's plus 6%. Let's see what VIP Shops holdings look like. VIP Shops gapping up 3%. Let's see what EDU looks like. EDU, education, related names, that's flat right now. TAL. We thought TAL might catch up with EDU. It's gapping up. It's up 4%. EDU, TAL, sorry. EDU's been on tear lately. It's flat right now. But TAL, another stock in this group, Chinese stock in the group, trying to follow through. Baozun gapping up. JD.com. Baidu, Baozun. All of these Chinese stocks look good. Looking for SPY to continue higher. Steel stocks gapping up. Cleveland Cliffs gapping up off the low. Doesn't look like a gap because yesterday's close was lower and it's inside of yesterday's candle so far. Nucor Steel looking for a follow through. If you're trading steel stocks, watch Nucor and the rest of the group. All right, we're getting a nice follow through here. So shorts are covering. I would assume that this is shorts covering for now. And that's about it. Okay, sectors in play. All sectors are green except crude oil, energy related names. Now we need to see CRB index continue this rollover. Okay. It's starting to bounce right now. So that we don't want to see that. We want USO drop below the 21-day, head towards the 50-day. We want to see Brent crude, NYMEX crude, West Texas crude. We want to see those all below the 50-day. And we need to see nat gas moving lower. Nat gas, I'd like to see that moving lower. All right, so we got like a bear flag underneath the 50-day. So we're looking for that to roll over. Okay, so far it's just energy, builders, and materials. XLB, materials, and XHB, the builders. XHB. So XHB, you can't lie with price. Price is lower, but I mean, I cannot believe how much building is going on around us. It defies stock price, but stock price a lot of times will become uncorrelated to what's actually happening. And it all depends on demographics. It depends on where you live. If you live in New Jersey, New York, there's probably less building going on. I don't know, Mondo, you can tell me, or Frank, you guys that live up in the Northeast, Frano. Of course, if you're in the city, I don't know if you see much construction going on, but around me, there's, I got to say, hundreds of developments. Not a few, hundreds. Anyway, that said, markets are still trying to figure out what it wants to do next. Looks like shorts covering the first 5 minutes. That's it. Shorts. It's just shorts covering. Okay. Alibaba most likely will continue the rally. It's fading at the moment. All right, as people take profits. But it's a pretty big deal. Being able to go forward with its IPO. Okay, Biotechs doing the best. Let's go take a look at the most actives. Most actives. All right, Etsy coming off the lows. Citrix starting to bounce. I would only short-term swing some of these positions. Oh, Cal-Maine, that's the morning blog post, Cal-Maine. I'm looking for this to push above the 21-day. So if this holds, this little base that's holding right here, it's a little saucer shape, a larger W shape, or cup and handle. If this holds today, I'm interested in this one. Pilgrim's Pride reported what was it, 190% improvement in earnings. Pilgrim's Pride. What's Tyson's doing? Tyson's basing, Campbell's Soup. All right, the food companies. Campbell's basing. All right, so keep an eye on what's working. If you adamant about trading today, we got Monday as a holiday, so I'm not going to be doing much today. Eli Lilly turning. Lilly looks really good. Lilly looks pretty good on the day. All right. So not a huge follow through yet. First 6 or 7 minutes, it's just been shorts covering, I would assume, and watching for any kind of fall off. I told you UVIX, the next time it drops like it is right now, I will buy back some covered calls. I haven't done it yet. I need to see it fall off a little bit more. I'm not convinced that VIX is going to come back a lot today. Probably going to stay in this range. If VIX or UVIX does come back, I will be buying back my covered calls, looking for a profit. Or if I can only get $1 or so, I will roll them out again to a higher strike if I can get a credit. Baba. I'm looking for an opportunity to add to my Baba position on the short term or roll it out. I took profits in the 105s earlier in the week. I rolled out some of that. About 20% of my calls I rolled out and up to 110 for next week. All right, so we were in the money there for a while. I'm not going to sell it right here. I'm going to look for more follow through. SPY starting to go now. This looks like new money coming in. AERC is up 8%. AERC. AERC is plus 8% right now. Take the opportunity on these rips higher. Chewy is higher.
Plus 800.
Chewy is up 2.64. Take your opportunities when they're available. Baozun's up 7%. Okay, what's VIP Shops Holdings doing? VIPs. All right, some nice activity going on in the background. VIPs is up 2.7%.
Extreme high tip alert.
Nice job. Good morning, everyone. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Friday the 17th. We're just about 11 minutes into the trading day. 12 minutes. And looks like we might have a little follow through here. Okay. So far, so good. Most sectors are green.
Extreme high
If you're trading energy, energy is probably going to be weak today. Let's see what it's doing right now. Energy is still lower by almost 1%. Okay, another word on Baba. Alibaba, you know that it looks a lot like Amazon did. Covered this I think Wednesday. Looks a lot like Amazon did under similar circumstances. Baba. Alibaba. Weekly trend. Just now moving above the 10 EMA. All right, SPY looks like it wants to keep going. Back in 2000, Amazon had a very similar type of event where the company's stock price kept declining while the sales were growing. Check out Amazon, the trend back in 2000, 2002. You'll see a very similar kind of look. Obviously, Amazon went on to make some nice gains since then. So that's one of the things I'm looking at. Sales earnings, plus now the China regulators accepting its application for the IPO, anti-IPO. So I'm thinking the people that are taking profits right now are just short-term traders, but institutions will most likely look at Alibaba down here compared to where it was at 319. They'll start looking at it down here at a good value as China, there's thoughts out there in the wind that China will ease while we are tightening. So I'd look for a lot of these stocks to continue to move higher. Baozun, for example. This is e-commerce related industry. It's moving above the 10 EMA on the weekly. So if you're thinking long-term swing, U.S. equities probably won't be as well. I'm thinking they won't be as attractive in the next 12 months. Won't be as attractive as some other international countries like China. The reason I say that is because I don't think we've seen the worst of this current drawdown since January. Generally, you see, William O'Neill writes about this a lot. Generally, in a bear market, you see 3 legs down or more. And we're on what, leg number 2? So my thoughts are that we could get all the way down to 3,000 on the S&P 500 eventually. So that's why I've been pulling back on my risk. I've been doing that since the beginning of the year, but we did get a little bit over our skis into March 14th to March 29th. You remember that rally. At that point, we were at 80% equities. We have since taken risk off the table. We've hedged substantially in QID, and some of you have taken DOG on the Dow. I've hedged with UVIX, selling covered calls when it pops for extra income, and also a short on the Russell RWM. Those hedges have been helpful in bringing me to more delta neutral. So as the markets bounce, I can take a little bit more risk off. My hedges will move a little bit lower, but that's okay. I don't think that's going to, continue to move lower. Looking for that range bound action we've seen in VIX. Right now, SPY is fading a little bit. So for the longer term, I'm looking towards China. I want to see confirmation with regulators letting the Ant IPO go forward, accepting its application. That's indicating, along with easing thoughts about the country easing rates and how it affected us back in 2008, 2009, to affect Chinese stocks. Now there is headline risk. All right, so everything comes with a risk. You have to be able to measure the risk. Am I too heavy in the risk? I'm not going to put 100% of my money on Baozun and hope for the best. I'm going to continue to watch it along with other stocks in the group and monitor on a daily basis what Chinese regulators are saying. Here's JD.com. Look at the 10 EMA on the weekly. That's a nice reversal. Okay. You'll look at these probably in a few weeks. I'm not guaranteeing it, but I'm thinking you're going to look at these in a few weeks and a few months, and these are going to be substantially higher. Now, the other thing I'm doing is trading options. So that's limiting my risk. I know exactly how much I can lose. At some point, I'll probably start taking profits from some of these option plays and start buying shares. Alibaba is one. Baozun is another. EDU is another. That one's pulling back a little bit right now. Probably a good idea to take some profits off. Look for a little dip. It's in a bullish trend. Look for the dip down to say 17, 18. Doesn't mean it will. Could flag or pin it right here. Triangle pattern. TAL, maybe that catches up with EDU. It's in a bullish trend. Talked about this on Monday. That was when it was trading around 4. Now it's at 5. So 20% gain in a week. Not bad. JD, we talked about VIP Shops Holdings. Discount retailer. Think TJ Maxx. Think Nordstrom. Not Nordstrom. Kohl's. That whole business model. Buy clothes that have issues, that you can't really see, or over inventory, and you buy that excess inventory, and that's what VIPS does basically online. What else? Baidu. Okay, this will probably be substantially higher as well. Just do a little research on your own. Find out what the company does, like Peter Lynch or Buffett would say. Know what you're investing in if you're trading a longer term. If you're just trading, then you're just basically purely on technicals. So Baidu looks pretty good too. It's a little bit more flat. It's not going to be a one-day thing. It's going to be over weeks and months. Baozun. Okay. All right. So Robinhood bouncing. Robinhood. Okay. VIX still rolling over. All right. So VIX is rolling over. All right. Enough about. Well, you know what? It's not enough. Let me go check out the international markets to see how they're doing. About a month or two ago, there was a lot of discussion from portfolio managers. If they were on CNBC or if they were on Bloomberg, they were talking about investing more in international markets. Let's see if that's played out the way they thought. Let's see. Here's all the international markets I follow. Most of these are below the 9/21 50-day moving averages. China FXI looks the best. All right, FXI. As you would expect, that's going to be making higher highs and higher lows most likely. SPY still moving higher. No guarantees in the stock market. You have to do your own research as well. I do as much as I can to help you look in the right direction. Sometimes I'm wrong. You know, if I'm wrong 20% of the time and I'm right 80% of the time, or even 70% of the time, and I just use my money management, I only take 5% losses at the maximum, but I'm letting stocks gain 20, 30, 50, 100, 200%, whatever, if I'm trading options. The math works out. Now, that's easy to say. You got to take your stops, but you can be right 70%, even 60% of the time, or 50% of the time. Well, 60% of the time. You really need something better than 50%, but this market's a little bit more difficult currently. SPY is still going here. Okay, looking for those 370s to be in the money. Sean and I posted the exact same trade. Actually, Sean was about 2 minutes ahead of me. But we were looking at the 370s yesterday at these lows for next Friday. I'd probably peel some of these off, Daniel, if we get in the money. Peel some off because it's a long weekend. We have Monday off. No options trading, no stock trading. So that's just in the U.S., but we have a holiday, Juneteenth. Kind of an odd name. I think it's a wonderful idea, but the name's just really strange. I understand why, but it's kind of like marketing companies. You know, you might think you have a great idea for the name of a company. Marketing execs might look at you like you got to be crazy. Like, look at what Facebook did, changing the name to Meta. That's dumb to me. Facebook makes more sense. I understand metaverse and all that, but just weird. We'll see how that works out. All right, steel stocks still looking good. All right, I don't want to yammer around too much. The first few hours of today will probably be the best part of the day. So if you're looking for positions, make sure you're checking out the most actives. Yesterday, all right, JP Morgan looks pretty good. JP Morgan, I believe Prism was buying JP Morgan yesterday. JP Morgan 60-minute now. Okay, so JP Morgan looks good. Let's take a look at that. JP. Dow Jones. Caterpillar's even getting a bounce. Inside day. American Express. Somebody mentioned American Express yesterday. JP Morgan. Banks start reporting the middle of July. July 13th is when Bank of America will start reporting. Followed by the next day, followed by JP Morgan, and the next day, Citigroup. With the others in that middle of the month reporting starting in July. Goldman Sachs, you know the group, Morgan Stanley, Wells Fargo, PNC Bank, Comerica Bank, all the big ones. Middle of July, so that'll start earnings season again. So you're in the blackout period, I believe, for some of them, which means they can't buy back their stock. All right, SPY lethargically moving higher. Looking for more follow through at 369 now. Okay. All right. So I'm looking for more evidence that Chinese stocks will continue. I'm watching option volume in particular. Got, where'd you go there? Let me just check Alibaba real quick. Don't think there's going to be a lot of activity today in the markets, at least the U.S. markets. We've got a holiday on Monday. A lot of people probably taking the opportunity to maybe take a long weekend, maybe go out to the Hamptons. Frank's probably headed out to his Montauk residence. You know, he's got a mansion out there overlooking Montauk Point, the Atlantic Ocean, the tip of Long Island. Ran into a lady yesterday at Costco, and she starts talking. I said, "You're either from Astoria, Queens," and she stopped me right there. She said, "How did you know I'm from Astoria?" I said, "I could hear your accent, you know." And she was floored. I mean, I don't think she even remembered what I asked, the question I asked her, because, you know, like the first question out of my mouth. But it's pretty obvious accent. Astoria, Queens. We were talking for a few minutes. She was selling the behind the eyeglasses counter. They have some nice glasses at Costco. Designer frames, in case you didn't know, for reasonable prices. All right, so we got some news coming out in 10 seconds. Chewy still higher.
We're also waiting on a release. Just seeing Cancer Fed speaking right now. George saying we share the FOMC's strong commitment to bring down inflation to achieve our mandate for long-run price stability. George says with high inflation and a tight economy, case for continuing to remove policy accommodation is clear-cut. The US leading index changed out at
All right, we're fading a bit here.
-0.4%, in line with the forecast of -0.4%. Like Professor George saying, I dissented against 75 basis point rate hike because I view that move as adding policy uncertainty simultaneously with the start of balance sheet runoff. George say there's unjust adjustment speed also has implications for yield curve and traditional bank lending model.
They weren't talking much before the FOMC. Now they're talking again.
George says speed in which we adjust policy rate is important and significant, as well as abrupt changes can be unsettling to households and small businesses. Professor George says inflation has shown no meaningful signs of deceleration.
This stream is sponsored by Tick.
All right, SPY reversing now.
Fibonacci and market profile levels by signing up at tick.com.
Strong of the Fed's George comments saying I was against a 75 basis point rate hike, because I view that move as adding policy uncertainty simultaneously with the start of the balance sheet runoff. George added that inflation has shown no meaningful signs of deceleration. That adjustment speed also has implications for yield curve and traditional bank lending models that cover the multi-currency bank.
Sorry about that. Had a little hiccup in my stream. All right. So we're watching SPY right here. All right, Tesla. Let's see how Tesla's doing. Tesla, nice little ramp. It's fading as well. Baba. Looking for this dip to get bought. Alibaba. Baba, lots of calls trading here. The 110s for next week. Alibaba on the dip. 110 calls trading pretty heavy. Looking for this dip to get bought. Looking for a higher low. And the indices looking for a higher low. All right, Alibaba's still fading here. $110 calls are pretty active for next week. I have some of those. I might add to it. 105 puts are also pretty active for July. Clovis popping up again. Clovis. Looking for a higher low to print on the SPY. Watching that right now. Forming. VIX needs to roll over.
Says we need to be focused about too much front loading on rate hikes. This Ascari says prudent strategy might be to continue with 50 basis point rate hike after the July meeting.
All right, don't forget we have the JP Morgan collar expiring at the end of the month as well. Thank you, Rick, for that update on those 385 calls.
This Ascari says if supply shocks subside, we may not need to raise rates as high as otherwise.
All right, looking for a bounce here. People taking profits, pretty obvious, the profit takers. Now let's see if there's any kind of trend left for the day. Do they buy the dip or not? Still watching option volume. We got a whole slew of 115s, 110s. Size is average about 200 contracts. About a dozen or more contracts here. For Alibaba. All right, starting to see a bounce, a higher low potentially. All right, so the profit taking's, looks like the profit taking's done. It's a little after 10 o'clock. Okay, watch your relative volume. Here's Baba. Note the relative volume compared to yesterday. Most of that looks like selling. It's obviously selling. So now when you see that flip to bullish, more bullish volume coming in, you can see the bullish volume starting to come in. We want to see the bullish volume dominating now. I don't know why these people feel like they need to talk constantly. God, they're so annoying. I mean, Jay Powell just spoke. I mean, just 2 days ago he spoke. Why do we need the Fed officials to talk every single day now? Now that FOMC is out of the way and they've taken the gags off, they can just start yammering away. It's annoying. All right, fading a bit more in SPY. So it's going to take a few stocks with. Walmart still fading a bit. Alibaba still fading. You can sense the sentiment every time we get a nice significant bounce. We get selling into strength. HYG, a good indicator. HYG, look for that to follow through. HYG. Okay, so still basing the hedged version, HYGH. That's the same instrument, hedged version. Okay, nice bullish candle there. HYGH versus the hedged version versus HYG, non-hedged. A lot more coming into this. All right, that looks good. Junk bonds also. Want to see those moving higher. All I'm thinking is, okay, let's get a short-term bounce back to the 9, 21, 50-day, wherever they choose to take it, so we can take some more risk off. I'm 45% equities in my retirement accounts, plural. My kids' accounts, I want a bounce so that I can sell some things and reduce my risk, keep the hedges on. While we're waiting for other potential stocks to follow through. All right, everything is kind of blah right now. Looking at the FANG stocks, they've all faded to highs. Apple's holding up okay. Apple's up 1.3%. Meta is flat. Excuse me. Meta is up 1.2% as well. Microsoft's up 1%. Maybe we get something going. Tesla's up 15. Tesla. Okay. Let's see, SKT. Let's just look at some of these names. SKT. Nah, not interested. American Airlines. I heard Carnival. The cruise lines got a little bounce. CCL. Inside day, Doji. All right, so here's a rule of thumb. I mean, you can definitely see the longer term trend. Okay, but when you get a doji, I don't talk about this very much, but when you get a doji, what you're looking for is the next day, not the doji day, to trade. The strategy is if we break above the high of the day, if we were to close like this and we break above the high, we want to see a follow through. In the upside, we'd have a confirmation short-term long to start. If the next trading day, which would be Tuesday, we take out the low, then we'd be short. Continuation. So that's what Carnival looks like right now. Let's look at Royal Caribbean. Okay. So Dow Jones looks pretty good so far. What I'm looking for when I scan these is wicks on the top of the candles. Early in the morning, we'll see if they can have any follow through. Amgen looks pretty good, actually. Amgen looks pretty good. We got a nice reversal day on Amgen. bullish engulfing. That looks like a pretty good stop underneath the low. Stop under the low of the day. Got a new French coffee press. Coffee's pretty good. Coffee's pretty good. I like Dunkin' Donuts vanilla flavored coffee. All right, SPY still fading. Bear flag. Got to drink more water. All right, so nice look there, Amgen. All right, so look at your candles on the daily. When you see wicks on the top, could have an opportunity setting up. See Walgreens? We're at the lows. Tried to make it back above 40.50 and got rejected. Not much to look at there. Microsoft, Apple. All right, so CRM maybe gets you a double bottom here. Maybe a bullish engulfing by the end of the day. Need to see more volume. I like when you see a base like this and you have mostly green volume. This is a little bit more sketchy. Look at Amgen, for example. Let's see what that looks like. Amgen. All right, so see how this is all red? So this is very suspect, even though it's a bullish engulfing. I like it. SPY still fading. A little suspect here. Day one. So if the moving averages and MACD start turning, that'll be good. RSI is rising. Still a little early, but maybe something sets up. Most I would see is a move back to the moving averages at this point. But you can clearly see a range. The highs across here and the lows. Maybe get back to the mean, maybe the 50-day. All right, so not making much progress here.
Low tick alert -800.
All right, back down to the lows. All right, so we're going to fade this entire move. We've seen that before. Amgen. All right, so people not taking any time, taking any chances. They're just selling into strength. No higher lows yet. Okay, Alibaba fading this entire move this morning, 10 bucks. We're still up 2. They faded $8 and change. Still calls coming through. Most stocks are seeing a fade. More fading. SPY. Hopefully you took some SPY off here. Tesla just starting to trigger a 15-minute potential follow-through signal. Watch this dip here on Tesla. Kashkari was, Fed's Kashkari was very active today. Starting at 10 o'clock, started yammering away. I honestly don't understand why they feel a need to talk every day now. The Fed just said what they had to say. Jay Powell talked on Wednesday. Just it doesn't make any sense. I don't know. It's just maybe they're just that's their job. Maybe they want to get the markets to pull back. There's still a lot of liquidity in the system, so that's why I keep taking profits into strength and trying to reduce my risk while the liquidity is still there. Hopefully, it doesn't dry up. All right, most stocks are flat, sideways, or fading at the moment. Nothing really jumping out at me. Let's see. Revlon, REV. It's a penny stock, $3.78. Revlon with a follow through. Looks like the 60 minutes going to trigger on Revlon. You go into a CVS or a Walgreens or any small retailer like that, you're going to see Revlon products dominating. All right, so it looks like it's going to continue higher.
Low tick alert -800. Extreme low tick alert.
All right, we're taking out the low. Okay, we just took out the low, the pre-market right there. Let's see if they're just stop hunting or if they have no intention of quitting. It looks like they're going to keep moving lower. NIO looks like it could get a follow through. NIO. AMD, new lows here on AMD. More selling. All right, yesterday's 3 o'clock low is a bit lower, 364. We faded that entire 40 plus handles we had. There's just no appetite right now. Yesterday's low just below us right here, 364-ish. 3 o'clock, we hit this level. Okay. VIX. SGen with a nice pop. Looks like it could follow through. SGen. Okay, it's not quite 10:30. SGen popping up. All right, I'm looking at Alibaba for some call flow. I'd like to buy some more 110s. SGen clearing the 200-day. Eli Lilly tags the 50-day, 21-day, 9 EMA, and retreats. Let's see what the Merck. I saw something on Merck the other day. Bristol Myers. Some commentary about Merck. I think it was related to options. Okay, PFE. Let's see what these all guys look good. All right, so Amgen. Oops, Amgen. Yeah, Amgen's looking pretty solid. All right, so the market's just pulled back. Note that Amgen is not giving back much in the way of profits for the day. In other words, there's no wick on the candle. There's no sellers yet. Okay, so Amgen looking pretty interesting. Pulling away from an upward sloping VWAP. What's Calmaine doing? Calmaine, I wrote about Calmaine. Foods. All right, so buyers are stepping up at the low. Let me see what I'm going to do here. Calmaine, CALM. All right, let me see what kind of options there are. I don't really want to buy stock at the moment. I'd like to buy options, maybe leaps, and not a big size here. That's for August. Calmaine. All right, I'll come back and look at that. But Calmaine, buyers stepping up at the low of the day. We had a bullish day yesterday. A wick on the top of the candle. It had some difficulty at 21-day. Looking for a follow through. Looking for 3 points between here and the 50-day, then reassess it. AERC, looking for a push follow through. I'm very cautious right now. I'm not really interested in putting a lot of money to work. Amgen, I'm very interested in. Healthcare related names, medical device makers, pharmaceuticals, biotechs, providers, healthcare providers. AERC looks like it wants to keep going. 60 minutes pretty strong. Our market's just sitting here. So they faded that entire move. Now we're just going to sit here. It took out the pre-market lows. We are testing yesterday's 3 o'clock low. AERC scalp. Okay, Revlon. Watching Revlon. Yeah. All right, for any relief, we need to see nat gas stay below the 50-day, and we need to have crude and commodities index, CRB index, all below the 50-day and starting a markdown phase. If we're going to have any kind of relief in the short term, maybe we can develop a nice trend. That would help the markets quite a bit. Economically speaking, we need to have nat gas stay below the 50-day. We need to have the CRB index continue with this downtrend. CRB. Okay, it's starting to bounce right now, so that's not what we want. We want this to continue to move lower. Okay, so we don't have a intraday on that. Weekly. Okay, so weekly is pretty good. Weekly, if you look at the weekly, and we manage to close below the 10 EMA, and we can start, you can see this is very clearly phase 2, where we've just been on an uptrend nonstop. We need to see some distribution, so that'd be phase 3 on the weekly. On the daily, this looks like distribution already at the highs. We want to see the price drop below the 50-day, the 9 and 21 roll over like the S&P did back in January. Why are you talking about S&P? I'll show you. Okay, back in January, we made this high. RSI made a lower high. That was divergence. And then what happened? The 921 rolled over. Price moved below the 50-day. That started phase 4, which we're on right now, markdown, right? The next phase is phase 1, accumulation. That's when institutions. So if you're thinking that the bottom is in, the best case scenario, in my opinion, aside from a V-shaped recovery, is a base. I don't think we're going to get it anytime soon. William O'Neill talks about bear markets coming in 3 or 4 legs. In this case, we got starting leg 3 now. Okay, NASDAQ. I'll get back to CRB index in a minute. NASDAQ is starting leg 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3 legs lower. Okay, so when you're looking at phases, watch the 9 and 21 day and what's happening. So right now we're starting to get the 9 and 21 day to potentially to cross. If all these drop below the 50-day and we get CRB index commodities, which have been out of control, I mean, lumber's already down, but if we get commodities to drop quite a bit and we get crude to drop, then we might have the makings of some good news to come in the short term. To be clear, the most I'm looking for is a dead cat bounce back to the 50-day at present. Nat gas we talked about, right? Nat gas. That's below the 50-day already. See, the 9 and 21 day has turned just like the S&P did in January. You follow? I'm looking bigger picture right now. Brent Brent crude. Okay, the 9 and 21 day have yet to cross. We're still fading. I don't know. It's just sentiment-wise, I just don't see crude coming back just yet. But if it did start to come back, that's what we're looking for. This could be longer term distribution in here. But if we start taking out the highs, then that's off the plate, off the table. Need to see this drop below the 10 EMA. All right, SPY's taking out the lows here. SPY taking out the lows. Yesterday's lows being taken out, SPY. Okay, that looks pretty ugly, right? So stick with your hedges. Let's see, where are you? RWM.
Tick alert -800.
I had a limit order to buy more RWM.
Extreme low tick alert.
RWM. I had a limit order to fill on the dip. I got filled 26.50. It's at 26.99 right now. I already have a position that's in the watch list. RWM. The targets for the week were 25.50, 26. We're currently trading 26.96, so we're above both of those targets. Stop was 24.50. We didn't get 24.50 this week. Yeah, we did. Well, earlier in the week we did. Okay, so I see that. 24.50. No, we did not. We did not. I retract that statement. All right, so we never got below the stop for the week on RWM. That's a short on the IWM. Russell. Okay, so this is back up here at the highs. 24.50 was a stop for the week. This continues to move higher. That's part of a hedge. All right, looks like we might reverse here now. So I'll stick with that hedge. Maybe sell some covered calls. All right, one thing I'm interested in buying is Alibaba on this dip. Alibaba, I'm interested in buying on the dip. I could do the 105s as well for next week. I have 110s. I have some of those 110s left. Okay, so big picture, I'm still in the mode where anytime we have a rally like we did this morning, I'm trying my best to take more risk off. I'm still adding to hedges. I don't think we're done. So if you're a new trader and or a new investor and you just joined, most I'm looking for is a dead cat bounce to take a little bit more off. Looks like we've started that third leg down this week, unless they come and rescue. Hope for the best, plan for the worst, right? This is 1, 2, 3 legs down. You could count this intermediate one too, so that'd be like 4, but the major legs down, if you look at the weekly, Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so far we looks like we've taken out only 1 year of gains. Okay, we're below January's high from 2021. Do we take out 2020 as well? Left to be seen. As Mikey's been saying, if you're trading index options and you're looking for higher prices, we need to see more calls traded. We saw some 380s being added, 385s being added. What was that, yesterday? No, it was on Wednesday. We got a 50% retracement from the March low in play now. The March low right there at 21.91 up to the high. So we're back down to that low. If I was taking anything day trading right now, it'd be puts on bounces. The pop this morning started to reverse, so you should have been taking off some SPY calls at the highs. Those 370s for Friday next week. All right, NIMO is hovering around 61, minus 61. So as bad as the markets look, NIMO is actually improving. We got 2-to-1 up volume, 2-to-1 on the NASDAQ. Okay. All right, I'm gonna shift screens for 1 second. I just want to comment on a indicator I've been using lately, thanks to Cayman.
So the head of Ukraine President Office said that we discussed with UK's PM Johnson supply of heavy weapons and air defense systems and economic support for Ukraine.
Okay, this indicator in the bottom is called the Moxie. All right, this isn't the best one. I'm looking for a better one, but Thinkorswim has a indicator called Moxie. They sell it for stock charts as well, but this is free. Gives you basically the same information. It's more or less a oscillator. But when you get the 15-minute and the 60-minute to agree, it sets up a good trade, especially for scalpers, for day traders. Okay, it's called Moxie_arrows by Salty. Okay, in addition to the SSL channel, which I use quite a bit, and I'll just go down the list. Okay, on the right, I'll go down the list and just see who's crossing over. See, Apple, the 15 minutes crossing over, looking like it's trying to change trend, but the 60-minute hasn't confirmed yet, so I wouldn't be interested in a trade there. Alibaba, you can see that we still have a very positive 60-minute. 15-minute is trying to push back up now. So I'm looking for a long on Alibaba. NIO, all right, you can see that the 60 minutes starting to turn up here. And the 15 minutes are already starting to rise. So I'm looking for this to bounce. All right, so let's take a look at SGen. Okay, SGen, and use this indicator. All right, so look at the follow through there. SGen looks good. SGen looks really nice. Okay, do I want to chase it here? No, I do not. Okay. But this is a new indicator or a indicator that I like to use in conjunction with the other things we do. And just going down through the list, you can see AMD, both are red, 15-minute, 60-minute. So there's no bounce yet. So if you're prone to buying the lows thinking you're going to get a bounce, use this indicator. It'll help you out a lot to confirm. Bank of America, Bluebird Bio. That just jumped on the screen. Bluebird Bio, it's a $4 stock. Looks like it's in play. Okay, 60-minute has rolled higher. Bluebird, Ford, both are red, not interested. So very quickly, you can just go through the list and see what looks good and what's confirming. NVIDIA, nope. Nokia, nope. Oh, these are most actives too, by the way. ExxonMobil, still selling. That's a short. Microsoft, trying to turn. All right, so SPY, no follow through yet, SPY. Okay, so SGen is down here on the list as well. SGen continuation. So that looks pretty good, like it's going to continue higher. SGen. Merck eyes purchase of Biotech SGen. So that's what it is. Merck is looking to buy SGen.
Low tick alert -800.
Are more downside coming? Okay, let me go back to stock charts. Okay. All right, so 3,600, I thought we would get the bounce before we would test 3,600, but that's the level I'm looking at, 3,600. So looks like we're going to be heading lower here. All right, so we're continuing lower now. Okay, yesterday's 3 o'clock low, we're below that right now. All right. So if Merck is thinking about purchasing SGen, I see other stocks showing up on the list right now, or showing up on my screen. CRSP, bounced. CRSP, what else? Twist, TWST. Okay, that looks like it could change direction. Twist Biosciences, forming a base here. It's very active right now on the shorter time frames. Or it's flat, but it did pop up nice. It's up 6% on the day. Twist showing up on my scanner. BGene, BGNE, BGene. I guess that's how you pronounce it, BGNE. That one showing up looking like some activity. So consequently, we got Biotechs looking a lot better today. If this can hold, bullish engulfing candle, taking out the previous, not yesterday, but the previous to that Wednesday candle. Double bottom, IBB, LABU. Maybe we get a few days of mean reversion on LABU. That'd be nice. Last time we based, looked like we were going to continue to move higher. We dropped below the 50-day. That was your stop. So, you had a $2 or $3 stop. Nothing major. If you held on to it all the way through this low, now we got another base, still below the 921 50-day. So in order to break this downtrend, this phase 4, this accumulation that we're seeing right now on LABU needs to start phase 2. 921 have to cross up, cross through the 50-day. A lot of work, in other words. But, you're trading it near the low. Maybe LABU is something to think about. Bull 3 times shares, or you could do IBB.
Putin says we're interested in cooperation with China, but because of its potential and not due to recent geopolitical developments.
All right, so many of these are starting to turn. Let's see. Let's go take a look at the Biotechs. Since they're in play, this is the top 25 stocks. Top 25 stocks in the IBB. Okay, you can see RG and X. That one's taking off to the upside. Biomarin turning off the low. Biogen, Amgen, we talked about earlier. Illumina, not really interested. Gilead trying to bounce. So there's a handful of these that look good. SGen, obviously, Merck thinking about buying Merck. I guess they're in discussions. I don't know. Z-Lab, sort of a triple bottom. Still in a markdown. Vertex. Novavax. Moderna. Still basing. Okay, so Amgen's the best looking one in the group at present. All right, starting to see a little bit of a wick on the top of the candle. All right, SPY may reverse here. Okay, so it's a Friday going into a long weekend. We have Monday off. Juneteenth. Weird name. Juneteenth. I understand why they chose the name. It's just a weird name. Okay, so that's Dow Jones. S&P 500 most actives. Citrix. Citrix is what runs Schwab's systems, among others. Financial Systems, Citrix Systems. All right, so it looks like that's getting bought at the low. Not interested. Just don't like the pattern. Etsy, double bottom. Insight, reversing off of a double bottom here. Let's see what INCY looks like on a point and figure chart. Okay, Insight, you can see it's on a buy signal, that X. So it needs to get all the way up to 78 to break this downtrend. These are automatically generated, by the way. The uptrends, the blue lines, and the downtrends, the red lines, those are automatically generated. They are printed at 45-degree angles, as you can see, right through the boxes. They're perfectly square boxes. Columns of X's are buying. Columns of zeros are selling. So we need to get all the way up here to 77 to break this downtrend. Technically, using a point and figure chart. So all that's telling you is this bullish action is mean reversion. So you could trade it between here and 77, but expect to see resistance at 73, that line of O's right there. So let's look at Insight. That's at 73. All right, so Insight. Just like to check point and figure charts every once in a while. So 73, there you go. You got the 200-day right in here. So that would technically be a breakout if you got above 73. You'd be above the 200, above the 21, then you have the 50-day to deal with. Maybe this does follow through. If you don't want to pick in individual names, look at XBI. I happen to favor IBB or LABU, which is 3 times. So this can deteriorate a lot faster, but it can also increase in value a lot faster too. All right, what is Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin. I'm not taking a lot of trades today, as you notice. Our Bitcoin's still down there at 20,000. It was just 60,000 end of last year, 60,000. So about the time everybody starts freaking out and losing their collective minds, almost 70,000 actually, about the crypto going belly up, and it's already down there. So now start thinking about a reversal. Walmart down 1.8%. Walmart, no follow through on Walmart. Tesla trying to turn here. All right, so this is like the 3rd day in a row of seeing jets moving higher in the morning. That's a doji. Okay, never mind. What's Redbox doing? Redbox. Doji. Okay, so SPY is trying to anticipate that this is a bear flag. Anticipating a bear flag. All right. All right, so let's say you're thinking about a more downside. I would not short down here. I would only wait till it gets to VWAP and see if you can't get a rejection. for short. Or right here, if this bear flag breaks, you just touch the 20 EMA on the 2-minute. If this rolls over, that would be an area where I'd be looking for puts, not down here at the low. Looks like we might head back to VWAP, but also looks like we could roll over. Watch the VIX, that'll help. All right, most stocks are, fading. Watch this roll over here.
US financial institutions to Russia and Ukraine being small, financial spillovers have been limited to date, as is that the broad funding markets prove resilient for geopolitical tension.
All right, Amgen. Very interested in Amgen. Still going. Amgen's probably just going to keep going. All right, I bought some Amgen. Bought some Amgen with a stop underneath 234. This is just not stopping.
High took alert plus 800.
Just remind us to what you have.
Okay, well, nice reversal here. Amgen, I bought some shares. Got to stop at 232, about $3. Looking for a follow through. Could wait for it to pull back. It's a little extended now. I'll scale into it. If it does pull back and it bounces before it gets to my stop, I might buy some more. SPY's turning the corner. Okay, SPY's turning the corner. Looking pretty strong here, SPY.
Extreme high took alert.
SPY. Nice reversal. Shorts covering. The reason I say that is because of the speed of the move, and we haven't pulled back. We haven't followed through yet. So this was like shorts covering for now. If we continue to move higher and we just consistent into lunch, then that would be new money. I would anticipate that's new money. Okay. Calmain.
Extreme high took alert.
Okay, that's good to hear. Extreme high tech. All right, see how we just paused? We had this nice run up. That was shorts covering. If we don't get any kind of follow through right here, anticipating that we could see more selling into any pops. If not, if we continue to thrust a bit higher.
Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
All right, so futures are looking a little stronger. We've got the TTM histogram turning yellow on the 5-minute. The hourly had a nice bounce yesterday. Hourly is back to the 0 line, so we need to see that turn back up and form some cyan color bars on the futures. So all these bounces that we're getting, these are just mean reversion trades. They keep showing us selling into strength. Every time we get a nice little rally, they sell into strength. We're in our third leg in the S&P 500 on the daily time frame. We're in a bearish trend. So any bounces, I'm just looking for bounces back to resistance. And I'm taking risk off. All right, nice low follow through now. SPY. Let's see if we can't rip. Let's end the week on a good note for the bulls. Bears probably growling at the screen right now. Okay.
Extreme high took alert.
Apple, Alibaba, Apple, nice bounce on Apple. The FANG stocks got a nice bounce. There goes Apple. Nice squeeze, like taking off. Apple going. Nvidia. All of these are turning. Meta. Wow, nice. Nice.
Extreme high took alert.
Okay, let's see. Walmart seeing called. Apple, a slew of calls just went through. 135 calls on Apple, 160, 164 rapid fire. So it looks like a sweep on Apple. SPY looking for follow through. LABU. LABU, I bought 500 shares of LABU to start. LABU looking pretty good here. I bought 500 shares. Looking for this to follow through. LABU. Okay, taking off to the upside. A lot of tech stock, a lot of biotech stocks are looking good. Pharmaceuticals, therapeutics. You see a lot of these biotherapeutic names. Those are all turning. So most I'm seeing is maybe a move back to 6. If we can't get through 6, I'll just take the trade off. It's a trade. It's not a position for now. All the FANG stocks look like very active all of a sudden. Apple, nice. Don't get too excited though, because we've seen them selling into strength. So in the back of my mind, I'm saying, okay, look for evidence that they're going to start selling into strength again. Let this bounce a little bit. Everybody gets excited. Oh, yay, start buying. And then boom, they slam us down again. Why do I say that? The bigger trend is down. Bigger trend is down. 1, 2, 3 legs down. 3,600, 360. That was the level I thought we might bounce and then come back to after the Fed. I thought maybe we'd bounce up to the 90, maybe 3,800, 380 SPY, or maybe even 385. That level right there we lost. 383, 384. We dropped below it on the gap. I thought we'd at least go up and touch that after Wednesday, but it didn't happen. We just dropped yesterday like a rock. More distribution days. The odds are with the bears. Any bounce should be, most likely will be short-lived, unless we string together multiple days. All right. The best the bulls can hope for, I'm thinking, is that, well, we could get a V-shape mean reversion. All right, so we're already starting to see a little bit of selling now. Come on, get through this level. Let's get SPY through this level at least. Nope. Starting to see a little bit more selling. All right, we're at VWAP. That's the area where you would expect to see some selling. If we get through it, damn it, Janet, they're going to bring this back. Okay, no follow through. Rejection. That's where you want to look at for a short right here. If you're thinking about puts, this is where you do it. All right, let's see what UVIX looks like. VIX had dropped a bit. Nope, still got to wait a little bit longer. UVIX, I'm at a $2 profit on my original entries. We're at 18.50 UVIX. So I'm right around a $2 profit right now. Plus, I've been selling covered calls for this, my eighth trade. That has my cost basis down to $12.50. If I can get a credit of $1 or $2, I can get my credit, my cost basis down to 10. You can see what the lows are, 13. So this is working in my favor. Not only are my shares, I have 500. Not only my shares on a profit, 18.50. I'm up $2. But I've been selling covered calls every time it pops and then buying back when it drops. Like today, I was hoping for a little pullback to maybe 19, maybe even 18. So my shares would be break even, but my cost basis, I would make $2. I'd make $1,000. Okay, so I pocket that, wait for the next bounce, do it all over again. Every time I do that, it brings down my cost basis. So I'm just subtracting $1,000, $2,000 every time I make a trade. I'll keep the 500 shares just in case this leg down on the longer time frame continues. If we spike up to 27, great. I'll just keep doing it all over again. If I get my cost basis down below 10, I'm going to be a happy person. A 50% discount to where it's trading right now, that's a good trade. And I just keep the insurance while I'm waiting. At some point, VIX will come unraveled. I don't see it happening anytime soon. Look at this range-bound action. Look at the weekly. Okay. So for the most part, we've been in the upper half of this range. Let me go to my VIX weekly. So as far as that trade is concerned, it's doing very well. All right, so you can see very easily why this trade is working so well. Here's the top. Here's the bottom, more or less. We're in the upper half. Draw, well, you can see that red line is basically the midline. I'm above that. All right, looks like a higher low. Looks like they want to keep this going here. All right, get above VWAP. This could run. All right, so let's get above VWAP first. If you're thinking about those long calls, I think, Daniel, you still have those 370s, right? Okay, let's get above VWAP. So you can see the UVIX. We're in the upper half of this range. And we continue to stay there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks. 8 weeks. That's about, wow, I've been only doing it for about 5 weeks, 4 weeks. So for those of you who've been around, you know what I've been doing on this one. My cost base is going to be down here. All right, here we go, SPY. Let's keep an eye on SPY. If we get a breakout, longs should be good for at least into lunch. We got 45 minutes to go for lunch. All right, so if we go here, this looks good. All right, so 20 EMA is coming up underneath price. VWAP is right there. 200 EMA is just overhead. So we'd like to see these follow through, turn up through the 200 period. Watch RSI follow through. Must get above VWAP. Moving averages are turning. VIX needs to drop off. We still got time. I anticipate that liquidity will dry up after 12. Volume will dry up after 12, 1 o'clock. Got a long weekend ahead. Airbnb, more puts. Airbnb, more puts trading. Apple looking better. Apple's looking better. So you know Apple and Microsoft make up 12% of the weight of the S&P 500. If those two rise, look for your trade to continue.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear all
High
the
tick alert plus 800. Extreme high tick alert.
Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
All right, so if you add up Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, Meta, JP Morgan, Google, you got about 20% of the weight of the S&P 500. They're all moving higher and you got calls on. If all of those stocks are moving higher and you have calls on, don't be frustrated by these little dips. You follow? Capiche? If Apple, Microsoft, Google, Nvidia, JP Morgan, and Meta are all moving higher on your 2 or 5 minute charts and you have options on, and you see these little dips below VWAP, and they're not dipping, stick with the trade because it's most likely going to continue higher. Okay, so let's see if we continue to take out, maybe we take out the high of the day. Maybe we take out the high of the day. That would be a continuation. Right now, we're hesitating right at the highs of the day. Apple looks good, though. Hasn't given us a 60-minute confirmation. Hasn't changed trend on the 60-minute. The 15-minute, 5-minute, those look good. Alibaba, still waiting for the 60-minute to turn back up. NIO looks pretty good. NIO. NIO. Carnival looks like it wants to change direction on the 60-minute, but you don't have confirmation yet on Carnival Cruise Lines. All right, I'm watching the FANG stocks. I got a grid of the FANG stocks. I'm just looking at them. They're all just trying to get back to the high of the day right here. If they break higher, then your SPY or Q trades are going to most likely move higher. Hope that makes sense. Okay. They're still making higher highs. They haven't rolled over. Everybody's holding their breath. I can feel it. Everybody's holding their breath. Watching the flow. The flow is still looking okay. Seeing a lot of bearish flow on American Airlines. A lot of bearish flow also on AMD. Apple, mostly calls flowing at the moment. Apple, mostly calls. Okay. Chicken or the egg? It's a market of stocks, not a stock market. So we're watching these market of stocks for a follow through. Apple is right below the high of the day. So is Amazon. Nvidia is a little bit further. Microsoft just off the high of the day. Meta trying to break out. Energy stocks continue to get pummeled. What is gold doing? GDX. GDX is trying to turn the corner on the 60-minute. All right, gold. Let's go look at gold. Forex futures, gold futures. No follow through yet. FANG stocks are still holding up, even though SPY is pulling back a bit. They're not rolling over. They're making higher lows right now. The FANG stocks. Meta looks like it wants to break out, actually. Meta looks like it wants to break out. META. Meta. Okay, that's above VWAP. All right, let's go take a look at S&P. All right, equal weight index. All right, so we're in a doji right now. We have, look at that number. 98.4% of stocks are below the 50-day. 98.4%. So if you're anticipating your stock is going to mean revert, that's the best you can hope for right now. FANG stocks are still holding up. Okay, these top 10, they're holding up okay. Let's see what Google's doing. Google. Tesla. Okay, these are all holding up. Berkshire. Berkshire's off 50 cents, but it's not selling off. Got a doji. Can this be a 3-candle reversal and Tuesday be a bullish day? It's possible. That would be a Morningstar doji. All right, the last time we were down at this level of the stocks below the 50-day was March 2020. Okay, so if you go out, if you zoom out, you can see that the last time we were at this low was over here. What happened? We had this huge reversal. I mean, it was immediate. Well, it was a weekly time frame, but you know what I'm saying. We had this lower low. Everybody was freaking out. I know I was freaking out to a certain degree. I mean, I do keep my composure, but it's like, man, where's this going? Everybody was closing. All my buddies, the gyms were closing. The small delis, friends that had small delis, you couldn't go to the mall. Malls were shut down. I mean, it seems like years ago. Well, it was years ago, but you know what I'm saying. When we get down to this level, that's institutions are looking. I don't know what their time frames are going to be, but they have to outperform the market in order to get bonuses at the end of the year. Which ones are left? Now, look at your FANG stocks. Look at your FANG stocks. They're all turned higher. Okay, so if you're trading any of these stocks, or if you're trading an index option, look for these stocks to all go higher. So that's why it's good to have a grid of these. All right, so let's go back to SPY. All right, we're starting to break higher now. So maybe go large for a couple of minutes if we just get higher. So if you normally trade 5 calls, I'm talking to myself. If you're trading 5 calls, maybe you take 10 instead for a quick trade as we push higher and all the FANG stocks are turning. Okay, inverted head and shoulders. All right, thank you, Lee Star. Good point. Okay. Okay, trying to get through this level. All right, the FANG stocks are still pushing. Apple is about to take out the high of the day here.
Extreme high tick alert.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you very much. That's what we want to see. Come on, get through this level already. Stop playing around. Our nice follow through.
High took alert plus 800.
All right, nice follow through, breaking higher. Okay, looking for a follow through, watching for this right here. Are all stopping at the high of the day. All right, what time is it? 11:32. All right, looking for a follow through here. Looking for a follow through. Bank stock still moving higher. All right, Fang stock still pushing. All right, drifting a bit lower, looking for a higher low on SPY. All right, looking for higher lows. All right, it feels like the markets are getting a little tired here. So if we get another shot towards the highs, watch your FANG stocks. Okay. Watching the FANG stocks, if we get a follow through or not. They need to break above the highs of the day. Berkshire is still off 0.33%, 0.3%. Nvidia, Microsoft, Meta, Apple, Amazon, Google, they're all up higher. Tesla looks good. No Bollinger Bands are narrow right now on the shorter time frames. So your options will be a little bit less expensive. Okay, these start to spread open, top and bottom, and price takes off to the upside. RSI is pointing higher. These start to spread open. Option price will expand as implied volatility does.
just a heads up for our users, Biden is currently making comments at the moment, but only talk about CDC guidance. We'll keep you updated with any pertinent news.
All right, we're sitting here at resistance, right at VWAP. Note VWAP is flattening out, so there's a possibility we could test the low again, and an equal possibility we could test the high and still stay within today's range. Okay, so SPY, you can see where we are. We're in a doji. All right, so here again, if we closed right here as a doji, the strategy would be look for a move above the top of this wick for a long, or a move below the low of the wick for a short. That's the strategy when you close on a doji. Right now we're still open, so we could go either way. An inverted hammer would not be good. We'd have to see. Oh, all the FANG stocks are starting to roll over now. Okay, all the FANG stocks are starting to see some sellers. Some profit taking. FANG stocks are just sitting here. It looks like profit taking, no follow through, no new money coming in. Or the FANG stocks are drifting a bit lower now. All right, we started off with a nice day, and then the market's just faded on us from the open. Now we're looking for a higher low, looking for the bulls to catch a little bit of a break, or not, with 98.4% of the stocks below their 50-day. Okay, we're in a doji. Bollinger Bands are tightening up. All right, FANG stocks got rejected at the highs. Going to make more. Are we going to make one more shot to the highs, or is this it for the day? VIX is trying to turn. VWAP is flat now. No momentum. For the last 45 minutes, we've just been chopping around VWAP. My eyeballs right now are fixated on the FANG stocks, the top 10 stocks. Do we get a follow through? Does this VWAP start to turn up instead of flat? We seem to be at a transition right now going into lunch. I don't think we're going to have much more chances to get through the high. As it's a long weekend, people will be taking profits off the table and just calling it a day or a week. Watching Meta here. Meta is starting to lead the way. Amazon's starting to tick up. Apple's starting to get a bid. So is Nvidia. So is Microsoft. What's Tesla doing? Tesla trying to catch a bid. All right, Square. I'm seeing calls on Square. All right, that's at the 52-week low. Square, not interested. Just watching the flow right now. Looks like we could see some bear flags here. SPY, little bear flag right there. 3 candles, watching this bear flag, possibly. If we get back above VWAP, that's great. So the bulls have had one good day this week. On Wednesday, we had a nice rally. Thursday, we gapped down again. We got clobbered yesterday. The bulls got clobbered. Do the shorts cover? Is this enough for them? Do they cover? What are you guys seeing in terms of blocks, or in terms of put volume? Is that starting to evaporate? I'm talking to Mikey and to Money Magic. Still need to see a build of calls overhead. All right, looks like a bear flag. Looks like it will drop off now. All right, we're going to drop off.
Low tick alert -800.
More selling coming in. So if you're thinking about puts, that was the place to buy them right there in this area. But I will say this: I've been seeing this choppy action the last couple of days. You know, you buy puts right here, you think you got a good trade going on, and then they bounce it before it gets to the low. So you wind up making pennies. 5%, 10% instead of the 100% you were looking for. And then you rethink your position. Oh, it's starting to move in the other direction. Let me close the puts. Let me buy the calls. They do the same thing in the opposite direction. And we just get banged around. Whenever you got a flat VWAP, that's what you can expect. Now, it looks like we're going to bounce here. So all you wind up doing is expending mental capital, commissions, and get frustrated at the same time. All right, so maybe we push a little bit lower right now. FANG stocks aren't doing that bad. I mean, you know, we have a little fade here going into lunch, but other than that, we're okay. I'm ambivalent at the moment. I would love to see the markets move higher, but I am hedged. So I guess I could say unfortunately, but in one sense, I'm protected so I can sleep at night. I got a lot of hedges on. So let's say the markets start to rally. All my hedges start to lose a little bit of value. So how do I counteract that? I sell covered calls against my hedges. So when the markets do move higher, my equity exposure is gaining. My hedges are moving lower, but the gains I'm getting from the covered calls are making up for it. So net, I'm moving higher. Now, if the markets continue to move lower, I have the insurance to know that I have enough positions that my equity positions aren't going to lose as much as they would if I had no hedge. So my hedges will start moving higher. There we go. They're going to bounce. So they're getting chopped up. So it's impossible to trade this mess. We're going to bounce now. Or no, watching the FANG stocks. So right now, I'm just, there's no reason for me to sell my hedges is what I'm getting at. And the unfortunate part is I'm not really making a whole lot of progress except for the premium that I'm selling. Okay. Yeah, Apple's not bouncing. Amazon trying to, but not. Neither is Nvidia or Microsoft or Meta. Yeah, so still in a doji. Now, if you're super accurate and you're buying puts at the high and get reversals, and you're buying calls at the low, then this choppiness, you got a big range. So this choppiness is working pretty well. If you're trading closer to VWAP, however, you're going to get chopped up because just about the time you think you got a great trade on the put side, they reverse it back up to VWAP. All right, so it looks like they want to drop this a little bit more. All the FANG stocks look like they were going to follow through. We had about, what, a 30-minute, we had a 30-minute burst of buying, probably 30 minutes of buy programs. Do note one thing, however, the 200, the 20, and the VWAP are very close together. So I'm looking for the 20 EMA to either drop off or to pop and move higher. You got a flat VWAP. See what I'm talking about? The 200 is flat. We're very close together. So it's going to make a move. SPY's going to make a move maybe. Right now, the 20 EMA is pointing down. So, and the day is pretty much done. the liquidity is probably going to dry up pretty substantially. I'm watching the flow, option flow, and it's really, really slow right now. All right, overall option flow completely different than yesterday. The overall option flow is completely different than yesterday. It's bullish. Watch your FANG stocks.
And Putin just said that they're ready to restore relations with everyone after military intervention in Ukraine.
Yeah, it looks like we'll push it a little bit lower now.
Low ticker minus 800.
More downside.
Extreme low ticker.
Bears are winning. The overall option flow for the market is bullish. It's completely opposite of yesterday, so it's pretty interesting to see that we had no follow through. It's a Friday, so I'm not surprised, but the flow is stalled. Got just a little trickle. FANG stocks are all green on the day. Apple's fading a bit more.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Flat VWAP starting to turn lower now. 20 EMA is starting to accelerate in the opposite direction, away from VWAP. I don't see any massive buyers coming in, so we're probably just going to continue to grind lower towards that 360. Low of the day, 362.17. With the backdrop of the options market, total options market is mostly bullish. Let's see what options look like for SPY. Qs are mostly bullish, even though presently we are fading from the highs. Algos are mostly bullish. SPY. SPY options are mostly bullish. They did turn a little bit just now over the last 15 minutes. All right, so maybe we see a bounce here. Watch your FANG stocks at this higher low starts to find a bid again. Nice and sunny outside. All right, I have to take a couple-minute break. I'll be right back. Okay, we're just sitting here, just chopping around. So if you're trying to trade this mess, good luck. Looking like we're trying to produce a higher low. 6 minutes in the making. Meta, this is the third time it's trying to get above 164. Meta, Facebook's trying to take out the highs. Apple's bouncing at VWAP, so is Amazon, Nvidia, Microsoft. No follow through yet. 20 EMA rejected. All right, got to see a higher high. We got to get above the 20 EMA. That would give us another loop right here. Like you see the 20 EMA looped right here. Price moved above. Need to see another higher low in the 20 EMA. Price needs to get up. A lot of things that need to happen. All the FANG stocks need to turn up. They are right now. Looks like a bid's coming into all the FANG stocks. Look for price to get above the 20 EMA for that to turn back up like over here. Maybe we get a burst in volume. And for everything to move back above the 20, 200, and VWAP. Right now, flat VWAP, the purple line, tells me don't expect a lot of momentum. You need to see more confirmation. So that's going to come over the next 20, 30, 60 minutes. Tick cumulative is green, but it just went red again on the 5 minute as I was looking at it. Those 10 FANG stock, those 10 stocks that make up 28% of the weight of the S&P 500 are turning higher. So the options should as well. It's nerve-wracking on a flat VWAP day. If you have options on a flat VWAP, if you didn't buy calls at the low of the day, you bought near VWAP, you're probably getting chopped up. Good thing about Trading Ticks, I'm watching all the flows. All the flows are saying give the benefit of the doubt to the bulls right now. Options market summary, green histograms, green momentum, calls are above puts, price is turning. On the option side for SPY mostly net flow is mostly calls, and the algo is above 0 and rising. So we just need the FANG stocks to pick up here. Meta one more time trying to break out here. Nvidia's trying to break out. Amazon's doing it. Amazon, Apple, Microsoft. You got Boeing moving there, dollar. All right, so we're back above VWAP. And what are the FANG stocks doing? There we go. There we go. All right, so most you can anticipate is a retest of that 267, that 267 high right there. If we get through it, look for a test of the ultimate high from this morning. Look at Amazon right here. Amazon's trying to take out the highs. Meta trying to take out the highs. Microsoft trying to take the highs. Nvidia. These are all above VWAP. So Q should be above VWAP. They are. IWM above VWAP.
Russia's energy ministry says that oil exports from Russia are going to increase this year, as according to
Extreme high tick alert.
Energy Minister. This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike.
All right, we're stuck right at VWAP now, right in the middle of this tight range. You can see the sine wave, if you will, is getting tighter as we come back to VWAP. We tighten up. We dip a little bit. Now we're pushing higher. Expect that we might see somewhere in between here. If this keeps up, watch the FANG stocks. They're all still got a bid here. I can't believe with more than 98% of stocks below their 50-day moving average that we don't see at least some buying activity. Institutions on the sidelines. Supposedly, Putin is saying that Russia has nothing against Ukraine joining the EU. He does have a problem with them joining NATO. So I don't understand what the difference is and why you would destroy a country. I don't want to get into politics. It's just weird, the shit that's going on these days. Okay, so let's just look at another way of dicing this onion. Okay, let's look at Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft. Look at VWAP. VWAP is flat. So I'm anticipating that the Qs are going to blast higher. This also has a flat VWAP. So chicken or the egg? Amazon, flat VWAP for the most part. Apple, flat VWAP. What's sloping higher? All right, Boeing. See, Boeing is moving higher. Dollar is trading Boeing right now. Boeing looks pretty good. Boeing looks actually really good. Boeing, nice. Nice base, higher lows, double bottom. All right, what's LABU doing now? LABU, Biotechs. Nice reversal so far. Up 20% on the day, LABU. Easy to be 20% when you're trading at $4, $5 per share. LABU continues to pull away from VWAP. This is what you want, no matter what the chart is, what the symbol is, what you want to see, if you're a new member, you want to see that purple line rising. You want to see price moving away. And you want to see relative volume compared to the previous day of at least 2 times. There's a lot of ways to follow it. Grover's scripts, you can use stockbeep.com, stockbeep.com. That'll give you a view as well of what's working. Or you can just look at it visually. Looking at the chart visually, you can usually pick up on if it's trading higher relative volume. So these 3 ingredients are good. Over here, you can see that we're twice the normal volume at least. We're above VWAP. VWAP is rising. And we probably got some catalysts. Amgen, looking good. Let's see, Amgen. Where are you, Amgen? So you want to watch those 3. Relative volume, VWAP, price above, and VWAP sloping higher for bullish trades. Amgen. Hot outside. It's not humid yet, but it's hot. Okay. All right, let's go take a look at the sectors real quick. Let's look at the sectors. Okay, you can see that in the top panel, you've got the equal weight consumer discretionary versus equal weight consumer staples. If you're bullish equities, you need to see this line rising. If you're bearish equities, you need to see this line dropping. Pretty straightforward. Unfortunately, consumer staples have been taken a beating as well. So, but generally, usually works pretty good. All right, here is the sectors that we follow. Biotech, you can see top, middle. Biotechs are coming off the low, double bottom. This looks good. Good for LABU and XBI as well. Real estate, transports, everything's below the 921 day. Biotechs again, testing the 9 EMA there, 21 day. Energy dropping off. Unfortunate for energy, that's actually bullish for us if we can get crude oil, natural gas, and commodities to drop off. Financials, nothing there. Okay, so retail, double bottom, maybe get a bounce in retail and consumer discretionary. Consumer staples below the May lows. So we're at extremes. Maybe we'll get a short-term bounce that we can short into again. I'm not looking for a move back up to anything much above 4,200, 4,150. If we're lucky, we can get back there. 3,600 right below. OPEX, looking for a rally. Okay, biotechs look good. Biotechs look good. Oops, sorry. Overall market is still bullish. Histograms and momentum indicators are still bullish. All right, let's see who is showing the most relative volume. Okay, mostly penny stocks. ConocoPhillips down 7.5%. Pum, 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 pum.
High took alert plus 800.
All right, we're back to the middle of VWAP again. All right, so IBB looks good. IBB pulling away from VWAP. Very nice. Pulling away from VWAP. LABU. LABU. Continuation. SPY is flat. Right at VWAP. Carnival Cruise Lines trying to change direction this morning. All right, so not much to do here until we break out of this one way or another. We got a flat VWAP, so Match.com down 6.5%. I don't know how Match.com is going to make money right now. Think about it. Can't afford to go out. Can only afford to go to work. Gas is getting expensive, or still expensive. You can cook at home for your date. Price of meat's doubled. I'd hate to be single right now. In some respects. XLE seeing a few calls coming through. Flow's starting to pick up a little bit. The flow is starting to pick up a bit. All right, look for the markets to break out. Can we break out here? Still got a flat VWAP. Amgen just off the high of the day. Amgen, looking for that to follow through. All right, VIX is starting to turn. All right, UVIX looking a lot better for a roll. Let me see what I can do here.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right, I just rolled my UVIX out to December for a $2 credit. All right, UVX, I just rolled out my September covered calls for a $2 credit, 775 to 970. That makes my UVX cost basis $10.50. Entry was $18.50. And I still have the shares. All right, excellent trade if I do say myself. Excellent trade on, and UVIX is trading up $1 from where I bought it. Net, it's been a tremendous trade, and that was my 8th trade.
High tick alert plus 800.
All right, rally cap on. Sean's coming in with his rally cap on. Yeah, UVIX. All right, let's go SPY. Yeah, those truckers that were out of gas for days, stuck at a gas, trying to find gas, that was scary. All right, SPY just sitting here chopping people up. Yeah, UVIX is a hedge I took about 5 weeks ago, I guess. I made 8 trades on it, and it turns out it's about $8 in profits, bringing my cost basis from $18.50 down to $10.50 at the same time. Collecting credits, UVIX has been in this choppy range. So I had an idea. Turns out the idea worked pretty good. Back here in early May. Yeah, it's about 5 weeks ago. In early May, I was looking at this saying, I wonder if this trades the same way VIX does. So I followed it for a while. Then I got the idea, maybe on these spikes, I don't think we're going to get through this level. I was watching VIX. Maybe on these spikes, it makes sense to sell covered calls and then wait for it to pull back. I thought that VIX would stay high because of all the geopolitical, the inflationary risks, and the Fed risks. I felt that VIX would stay up there. So I kept selling premium into POPs, NG, NGB. I kept selling premium into POPs, and then as it would pull back 2 or 3 days later, I would buy it back. I'd buy it back while still holding on to 500 shares. Every time I did that, I would sell it. It'd drop down. I'd buy it back, pop again. I'd sell it again or roll out for a credit, drop again, and just kept repeating the process. This is the 8th time I've done this. And very interesting strategy to do. And still hold on to the shares for insurance in case the markets all of a sudden imploded. Well, what do you do if the markets implode, UVX goes to the moon, and you're still holding on to the covered calls? Aren't your profits restricted? Not really. If your IV is still very high, I mean, this is just seeing what's actually happening, not theoretical. But if your IV is still very high and you're able to sell at a higher price or roll out to a higher price and still get a credit and capture that premium, the process keeps working. So even if the markets went to hell in a handbasket and it looked like I needed to roll my covered calls out in December out again, I don't think we're going to go down forever, but it could. So far, right now, I've got an $8 cushion on the covered calls. So let's say the worst case scenario is the markets drop like down to 3,000, something like that. And UVIX and VIX go to 40, 50, whatever. And my covered calls are, I roll them out and they say $10. Well, I've made $8. So even if I cashed in those covered calls, I took a $2 loss, example. And my entry was 1850 on those $50 500 shares. And let's say we're up there at 38. So I got a $20 range on 500 shares. So I'm going to win no matter what, because I've been doing this for 5 weeks. If that makes any sense. If it doesn't, you can always listen to the video. Just timestamp 12:40, 12:45. Just listen to it. Basically, my cost basis is $10.50 because of that last credit that I took just a few minutes ago. Tesla. All right, we're looking for that breakout. So we're watching all these FANG stocks. Tesla. There goes Tesla. Meta did break out, by the way. Meta did break out. So did NVIDIA. NVIDIA finally broken out. Apple next. Microsoft. Okay. Amazon still going there. Thank you, Amazon. So kind of hard for the markets to pull back if all the FANG stocks are moving higher. Almost 30% of the weight of the S&P is in 10 stocks, if you want to look at it that way. LABU doing well. All right, so we're looking for, this low was below the 1990 and the 2009 low that we're currently at, the AAII bull bear. We're watching as crude oil, the 10-year, CRB index, commodities, wheat, and other commodities are starting to pull back below the 921 and 50-day. Those are turning like they did in January for the S&P. So now it looks like the opposite is the case. It looks like we're going to start to rally here. All the FANG stocks are moving higher. FANG stocks are moving higher. All right, Tesla's going.
High took alert plus 800.
All right, Alibaba's on the move.
Extreme high took alert.
All right, there goes SPY. I added to my 370 calls that I have for next week.
Extreme high took alert.
Okay, UVIX is dropping again, so I'm going to be able to get another credit on top of the credit I already have. I might even be able to buy these back for a nice discount. Man, I would love to get my UVIX cost basis down below $5 with it trading at 1967. I would love that. All right, so
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Extreme high took alert. High took alert plus 800.
all right, everything is ripping higher now. Cha-ching, cha-ching. All right, VIX dropping off. Cool. All the FANG stocks are breaking higher.
Extreme high took alert.
Cayman, no. The only thing I did, I bought originally, and I will only sell premium. I don't like to do buy right at the same time because I don't know what's going to happen. Always do it at peaks, you know, where you can see topping candles or whatever.
Extreme high tip alert.
All right, there goes SPY. Oh, cha-ching. Man, this is feeling good right here. This is what the bears have been feeling. This rally is exactly what the bears have been feeling for the last
High tip alert plus 800.
week. $3.80 SPY calls looking good. All right, so a nice follow through. Alibaba, thank you. Alibaba.
Extreme high tip alert.
Okay, FANG looks good. Microsoft, Nvidia, Meta. Revlon, watch Revlon. Cheap stock. Meta looking good. Okay, doing well. Everything's doing well. Wow, everything has gotten bought up. Man, what a difference a few hours make. Yikes. So keep in mind, while stocks are rallying, I'm making more money on the upside. My hedges are backing off, so it's kind of keeping me neutralized a little bit. That's the downside of having hedges, that when the markets move in your favor and start moving higher, it's good to have some options. That way you can make up for the difference in the speed of volatility opening up. So if I didn't have hedges on, I would be at risk that the markets could drop off and I would be very much exposed. The fact that I do have hedges on, it's kind of slow. It's kind of like trying to run uphill and somebody's, you know, got a rope around you, trying to hold you back. Kind of a bad analogy, but you get the point. What's UVIX? All right, I sold those covered calls for 10. I rolled them out for 10. What are they going for now? Nah, they're okay. They're okay. All right, so wow, what a freaking move here. Nice.
Extreme high tip alert.
All right, looking good. Looking good. All right, so far so good. All right, good. Good, good, good. Good is good. Okay, just notice the algo on SPY dropped below 0 on this rally. All right. All right, SPY's algo just dropped below the 0 line. Okay, so maybe you might want to take some profits off, keep some on. All right, we're starting to stall here now. Can we go some more? Okay. All right, take some profits off. All right, we're starting to see it now. Okay. All right, take some calls off here, but keep some on maybe. FANG stocks, keep an eye on those if they start to see profit taking. It is a Friday, so it's after 1 o'clock. And we got a long weekend, so take some profits. Got a nice day trade there from the lows. VIX is starting to turn now. I like the setup that I have in my office now. I can monitor everything. It's just like so beneficial. No guessing, watching the flows in real time. SPY looks like it might want to go some more. So if you do, keep some on. Looking for that follow through. FANG stocks need to break higher. That was a nice rally, so I wouldn't be chasing this up here. Look for a little pullback. All right, let me make some lunch. We had a nice rally. There's a possibility we'll see more profit taking. I will make some lunch, and I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right, SPY algos are back above the zero line, starting to push higher again. Looking for a higher low.
We are just seeing here that Italy won't get all of the Russia gas supply requested for June 18th.
All right, VIX is dropping off again. I'm here with you. I'm just eating lunch out of earshot.
Hi, took alert plus 800.
Keep bringing the high ticks.
So we are seeing a Reuters article here from the Bank of America that says that the US economy has a 40% chance of being in a recession next year. Taking a look at the article, it says that they expect the US GDP growth to slow almost zero by the second half of next year, as the lagged impact of tighter financial conditions caused the economy, while they see just a modest rebound in growth in 2024, according to a research report today. Just a reminder for you, that piece is at the top of the financial news feed if you do want to have a read.
Low tick alert minus 800. Extreme low tick alert.
All right, I'm back. All right, so I had a little bit of a slide from about 110 into the last couple of minutes. Wow, it's almost 2 o'clock already. All right, so we have Monday off. All right, so today's pretty active, a lot more active than I thought would be. Blocks, pretty decent amount of blocks. All right, tick cumulative is green. We know that 98%, more than 98% of our stocks on the S&P are below the 50-day. That's an extreme. Those extremes tend to reverse. Doesn't mean they will, but it's certainly an area to start looking for potential reversal. All right, we got lower highs. We're still in this descending channel on the 2-minute chart. Revlon breaking higher. Revlon. Revlon's about to cross over. 60 minutes about to trigger a signal. The 5-minute been on a uptrend, in an uptrend this morning. Revlon REV is breaking higher. Revlon going here. Revlon.
Hi, tick alert plus 800.
All right, so they keep buying these dips. Tick cumulative is green. There goes Revlon, taking off to the upside. All right. Watching the markets following through.
Senate Democrats write to the White House on crypto miners' emissions, saying that crypto miners should use zero carbon energy sources, according to US senators.
All right, the FANG stocks have faded a bit, no doubt, but they haven't given it up yet. They haven't given it up. They have not given it up yet. I'll let that one play. Okay.
Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Revlon is going. Apparently, there's some outsourcing to India that people are talking about in the trading room. I did not know that, but it's definitely going gangbusters right here.
Hi, tick alert plus 800.
All right, let's break out and take out the high of the day. Let's make all of the 370 call traders happy. 370s for next Friday. Looking for a follow through. Let's go, SPY. Let's go. Nice little bounces, ABCD patterns, higher highs, higher lows. All right, we're not able to get above the highs just yet. Apple looks like it's going to fade a little bit more. So does NVIDIA at the moment. Amazon looks like it's going to fade as well. So that'll put some pressure on SPY. We need to see the bid keep hitting these stocks and for Same to be happening on SPY QIWM. Crude oil, 106 now. Crude oil, 106. Tick cumulative is turned up with more than 98% of stocks below the 50-day moving average. That's got to be like heroin to institutions and portfolio managers to see stocks thrown away at extremes. At least in the short term, they're looking for best value, best discount that they can get. I'd say we're pretty close. We're right at what we saw in 2020, where 100% of stocks basically were below the 50-day moving average. That extreme reversed within a week. And note the reversal came on a Monday. In this case, we'll have Tuesday.
Hi, Tick Alert plus 800.
Okay, so we're just waiting out the markets right now. We've got less than 2 hours to go for the closing bell. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Friday, the 17th of June. We have Monday off. Markets are closed on Monday. So we have a little bit more volume than I was anticipating for today. Maybe they run this up. Algo is still above the zero line, SPY Algo. Histograms are bullish and green for the overall option market. All stocks included, all indices. The entire option market summary, market net flow is bullish. We're just looking for the FANG stocks to cooperate, find a bid, and continue to move higher. If we get a nice end of day run in the next 2 hours, next hour and 50 minutes, I would sell into strength, short-term positions. You may have taken the 370 call. You had your exit right there at 369, right when we got to 110 p.m. on the East Coast. We hit a peak there. Good opportunity to sell some if you still got some on. I'm looking for a push above 368.55, 368.70, and maybe even tag 370. I would definitely be taking some profits off into strength. And I'm still hedged. So the hedge is kind of like an anchor around your neck. You're trying to swim, in a sense, unless you have options. In which case, when you get these moves higher, the options are expanding in value very quickly as some of them come out of a TTM squeeze and your IV explodes. So that kind of dampens the pulling effect of that anchor around my neck. As my hedges are moving lower, I'm also selling covered calls at the high of the day. So UVIX, I did that already. UVIX, I sold the covered calls at the high of the day a while ago. It was at the low of the day. I rolled out from September to December. I got a $2 credit that brings my cost basis down to $10.50. And UVIX is currently trading at, where is it? It's trading at 1975. So my cost basis is 1050. That's taking the 1850 entry on 500,000. I wish 500 stocks, shares. God, I can't speak. That's taking the cost of the 500 shares and subtracting all of the credits and all of the profits that I made on the covered calls. Sell them in the peaks, pull them, buy them back on the pullback. That's netted just over $8 in profits times 5 calls, covered calls, which basically gives me $800, $10.50 cost basis. My mind is going like a hamster wheel. I'm seeing like 15 things going on at the same time with Tradietics on 3 screens. I got the Thinkorswim on 3 screens. I got Schwab on 3 screens. I'm watching TradingView and stock charts on 2 other screens. And on my iPad, I bought a new iPad to follow the Discord room. I'm following that too. All right, so things look good. Things look good. So my head's spinning basically, but I'm on the right side of the spinning. In other words, I'm not losing any edge. Matter of fact, I got more an edge now that I know what to do with. So I got to get used to a new workflow, adding to my workflow. These are short-term workflows, by the way. Intraday. Longer-term stuff is why the hedges are in place. I don't think it's over yet. So any bounce, if we get back to the 50-day, that would be awesome. 50-day, I would love to see that, or 4,000. I'll be looking for any kind of selling around that area. So I'm going to keep my hedges on. I have hedges on IWM. I have hedges on the Qs. And I have hedges on UVIX or VIX. Those are all helping to make me delta neutral. Now these upswings, I want to trade options. So the expansion in volatility really benefits quickly. So it dampens the effect of those hedges. I got to keep those hedges on though. I don't think the markets are just going to go straight up from here. I don't think anybody in the trading room does either. 30-second break. I'll be right back. So the bottom the bottom line of all of these screens is that we get a lot of benefit by being able to see the flow, be able to confirm it a lot faster, fewer mistakes or bad entries. All right, so crude oil continued. All right, crude oil is bouncing a little bit right here. Crude's bouncing. Okay, looking for higher highs now. We got the higher lows printing.
High took alert plus 800.
All right, here goes SPY. All right, I'm going to repeat myself for the 10th time today. I'll be selling into strength. Sell into strength. If you got 10 calls, maybe you're taking 2 off at a time as we start rising. I know Sean has the 370s. I know Daniel has the 370s. I have the 370s for Friday. Apple catching a bid. Apple's starting to go. Apple's starting to go. There goes Microsoft. Microsoft's starting to show a bid. Amazon as well. So is NVIDIA. NVIDIA is trying to turn. Okay. Crude oil at the 50-day moving average. If we drop below the 50-day, that's going to change the complexion of a lot of things. I think being the operative word, I think I see institutions nibbling on the dip here. Okay, trying to take our bait and just leave the hook. If you've been fishing before, you know what that experience is. If you're using live bait, you don't catch the fish. In other words, looks like institutions are buying this level down here. Yesterday it was 15-1 down volume. Today it's still 1.5-1 up volume, 1.5-1 up volume on the NYC, but the NASDAQ is 5-1. So favor the NASDAQ. FANG stocks are in play. FANG stocks are in play, so they should continue. There goes SPY. About to take out the high of the day. Thank you very much. Cool. Very, very, very nice.
High took alert plus 800.
I love high ticks. I like the smell of high ticks in the evening. That's funny. All right, we're at the high of the day now. All right, they're selling into strength again. Keep an eye on your FANG stocks if they keep moving higher or reverse. I have been experimenting, not throwing trades out there, but I've been experimenting with, let me show you what I'm looking at here. Okay. So anyway, I'm checking out this new indicator, Moxie. It's working very well. I'll start posting trades using this indicator once I've experimented with it a bit more. I've done about 4-5 trades now. When they show up on the most actives, Revlon was this morning, got this little flag, and now it's following through. The Moxie indicator, you can see it just went green on the 60-minute over here on the right, bottom right. It started to go green. It was red before. That red line was already passing through the 0 line and turned green. Okay, I took half of Revlon off. I took 500 shares off. So anyway, once I start getting more confident in this new indicator I've been watching for the last few weeks, I'll start posting the trades. So Revlon was today. Yesterday was NN. You might have seen that NN. That pulled back. So this looks like a day trading strategy. NIO's breaking out here. Okay. So NIO's breaking out. Okay, let's see what that looks like on the daily. Daily's breaking out, NIO's breaking out. And Moxie indicator is good. NIO breakout. 1560 daily. Apple's pulling back.
Particular minus 800.
Okay, Alibaba. Consolidate. I'm looking for an end of day run on Alibaba. That would be nice. Looking for this middle indicator to turn up, crossover. Watching Alibaba here. All right, with all the bright people out there, there's a lot of new indicators, things that work, things that don't. So I check them out, see how well they work. Apple's pulling back a little bit, Amazon as well. All right, so profit taking with an hour and a half to go. Major OPEX today. Is it triple witching? I think it's triple witching, right? A lot of intelligent people out there. All right, so Revlon, I'm out. I'm out now. All right, Revlon. Looking good. Or maybe it keeps going. Maybe it keeps going. Revlon. 60 minutes still saying to stick with it, but it's a day trade for me. So once I get used to this indicator, I'll start posting it. I did mention it. I did post a chart this morning so you can make up your own mind. Another that showed up this morning, which pulled back, is Blue, B-L-U-E. Bluebird. All right, that's come back a little bit, looking for a push. You can see both of these are green. 60-minute just turned yesterday. And 15-minute took off today. Another one that was recent was Altimmune. Altimmune on the 15-minute. You can see Altimmune is up 1% today, 14%. Altimmune's up 14%. Okay, you can see where it crossed over this morning. Okay, it's been pretty bullish over the last few weeks. All right, SPY pulling back, looking for a bounce. Southwest Energy, 15 minutes triggering here, 60 minutes still diving, so that's a non-confirming signal. All right, CalMaine was one that I wrote about this morning. CalMaine still consolidating after a little move lower this morning. Looks good on the daily. Just needs to get above the 21-day. CalMaine, CALM. Okay, so yesterday, CalMaine on the daily, trying to change direction. Needs to get above 48. Li Auto, looking good. It's a doji now on the daily. NIO, we just talked about. JD.com, the Chinese stocks. I guess people that are interested in Chinese stocks are less concerned about regulatory issues because this morning we found out that Alibaba, it was up $10 this morning. Alibaba's application for Ant IPO was accepted. Could be an indication that the Chinese regulators are getting a little bit less restrictive. Still have headline risk, so you have to trade accordingly. I've only been using options. That way I know what my maximum loss can possibly be. With shares, you know, you can get wiped pretty easily on a big gap down, a 20% drawdown or whatever. So a lot of the Chinese stocks are turning. You can see indicator here on the 15 minutes turned. Let's look at the 60 on JD.com. We noticed this morning, okay, 60 minute is above the zero line as of May 31st. Looks like that's going to turn. We saw, was it NIO? NIO is breaking out now. NIO is a good trade there, it looks like. NIO. NIO's breaking out. 60. Okay, let's see what the daily looks like on NIO. All right, so we got the 15. We know what the 60 looks like. It's bullish. It's the indicator's turning up. All right, the daily has been on a tear. Okay, now we're starting to see a breakout on the daily. How do I make this full screen? How do you make full screen on TradingView? I've got two charts here. This should be easy, right? Toggle, auto scale, long, maximize chart. There we go. All right, so the daily. All right, you can see that we're right here. We're in a downtrend, and we're breaking the downtrend. Notice the SSL channel. This is crossed up. Okay, I need to reverse these colors. This should be red, and this should be green. Yeah, okay, so the red's down, green is up. So the signal has gone and move to a bullish signal on NIO on the daily. Okay, on the 15-minute, or you can see where we went on a buy signal today. We drifted lower, came back to the channel, and took off to the upside. So NIO looks pretty good there too. And I have to tell you, SPY and the Qs are really putting up a battle to hold the highs. VIX is rolling over. So long story short, I've been testing out this indicator that Cayman turned me on to. It's TJ Watkins on YouTube if you want to learn more about the indicator. It's available for Thinkorswim, but you got to pay for it. And it's available for stock charts, and you got to fork up $500. On TradingView, it's a free indicator. And I found it very useful for day trades as I'm learning more about it. Key being learning. So I'm not going to put you at risk by putting a bunch of trades out there. I'll just show you what I'm looking at, and you can make a decision until I've approved this indicator and get used to using it. But I've had like 5 good trades on it. I haven't had any bad trades because what it'll do, look at SPY. I'll show you what I'm looking at here. SPY. Now SPY is giving me a green light on the 15-minute, but not on the 60-minute or the daily. Is that the daily? That's the daily. 60-minute or the daily. Okay. All right, you can see. All right, so it's still a red signal. Now, I would go against that just from intuition because of what I'm seeing on TradingView. TradingView is TradingTix rather. TradingTix. Too many tradies. TradingTix is bullish all day. The histogram momentum is backing off. That makes sense this time of day. SPY is going higher. So if this was a regular stock, I probably wouldn't take the trade. Okay, maybe I'll have a couple more in here. Ford, you can see green, red on the 60. So I wouldn't take the trade, but it looks good. Ford looks good. I just wouldn't take the trade. So that helps me with my risk. So I can very quickly go through these and decide, okay, I don't want to take that one. I want to take that one. Here's NIO, taking off to the upside. Now the trade was from this morning. NIO's still going though. NIO's still going. Alibaba is starting to trigger now. Okay, now we just need the 60-minute to turn up. You see the 15 minutes starting to go. NIO's Baba's starting to pick up. All right, VIX is dropping off. JD.com looks good. Both indicators are green. CRISPR, noted that one this morning. Notice it just went green on the 60-minute CRISPR. I wouldn't trade it now. It's too late in the day, but you can see the 15-minute also has had quite a day. I mentioned this earlier this morning, CRISPR. As the healthcare stocks were in play, the biotechs were in play. Let's look at LABU. LABU faded. Okay, it faded, but now it's starting to turn up again. So LABU is probably going to bounce. I'm really liking this indicator from what I can tell so far. 5 good trades. Ziff Davis, I don't know what they do. But the hourly is about to cross over. You see that on the right bottom? Hourly is about to cross over. And that is ZD. ZD. Let's see what they do. Ziff Davis. It's a $70 stock, so it should be good. ZD. Digital media platform for brands in technology, entertainment, healthcare, cybersecurity, and market tech. Ziff Davis. It's on a bullish signal, and the 60 minutes about to cross over here. SGen showed up this morning. Notice both indicators went green this morning at the open. I believe it's Merck that's interested in buying CGen. That was a good one. I noted that this morning too. A bunch of you were talking about it. I believe Frank was talking about it with Frano. Regeneron. Okay, so while the 15-minute looks good, you can note that the 60-minute has yet to trigger. So once the 60-minute decides to trigger, guess what? This is probably going to be a good one. It probably comes back to the moving averages first and then takes off. All right, AMD. So you got a mixed signal here. AMD is trying to change direction. You can see that crossover on the SSL channel. We're trying to cross over at 82 and change. 15-minute is on a buy signal, but the 60-minute has yet to confirm. This is a pretty good indicator. I like it. Twist Biosciences. Okay, the 60 is on a buy, but the 15-minute is not. So I'd pass. I'm only looking for when both are in agreement. XPEV on the move. There goes XPEV triggering here. Breaking out on XPEV. All right, it's late in the day. It's no play for me, but you might like it for a scalp. Yeah, Corey, just Google or YouTube search Moxie, MOXIE, and that'll give you TJ. TJ pops up there. Okay, so XPEV, that looks good for next week, XPEV. All right, let's see the daily. Yeah, that looks good. It's breaking above pivots right now. All right, SPY's off the highs of the session. I'm still 45% equity exposure. I have a few positions I'd like to see move a bit higher before doing anything. I got stuck in Target when it gapped down. I could have sold it, but I'm not going to sell it for a loss. A good quality name. That's one of those stocks that I've not been able to sell. I've been selling covered calls around it, my position. But that's one that I'm stuck in. Also have some Walmart shares. I'm not really interested in selling Walmart, but I have Walmart shares that I don't want to sell. Tesla, I don't want to sell. So as we move, if we move higher, I may start to reduce my exposure so I can get down to 40% equities, because I do think we could see another leg down or continuation of this current leg down in the markets on the daily time frame. But I have a number of positions that I still would like to take off the table and just focus on which sectors are working the best, and less long duration swings. Position more in ETFs that pay dividends and stocks that pay dividends. The only stock I have, FANG stock, let me make sure I'm not making a mistake here. FANG stocks, I have shares in Microsoft, I have shares in Apple, I have shares in Tesla. I'm just going down the list here. And I like to reduce those positions. A couple of these have me down. Like Cisco, I have Cisco shares from 45.29. It's at 43.64. Not too bad. Still down on Novavax. I have some Novavax shares. Home Depot, got some Home Depot shares. But as far as FANG stocks, I still have NVIDIA shares, AMD, some in Roku. Okay, Target, of course. So, long story short, I want the markets to move higher. Hopefully, we can test 4,100, right where the 50-day is. And if we can get up there, I'm going to reduce my size in a lot of these names I just mentioned. Target was unfortunate. The gap down, that was unexpected. But if I've learned anything from trading since 1987, is that eventually the market starts moving higher. Yes, we could have a prolonged downswing. We could see 18 months, 2 years, 3 years. A lot of people are saying 3 years, a bit extreme to sell subscriptions or to sell advertising. I've been noticing that Bloomberg and CNBC, they are so over the top with the fear mongering. Some of it's, with good reason, but for most of it, you don't tune in when the markets are doing well. You tune in when the markets are going to hell in a handbasket, trying to figure out what's going on. For the, average person that would watch the NBC or Bloomberg. But with the exception of Mohammed Al-Arian this morning, I wasn't really impressed by anything that people are saying. They're not really giving you any kind of insight into where can you see money flow. Where's it going? They don't talk about that. I guess there's some liability issues, I guess. But you need to know where the money's flowing. If you can see it, then you can trade it. If you're just guessing and you're putting money in the market, it's going to get swiped away. You put $100 in front of me. If you don't know what you're doing, I'm going to take the $100. Not really, but. And that applies to the current market situation. We are in a bear market. It usually comes in 3 to 4 waves down. And you can see these rallies of 10, 20% only to give it back and more and take out the low and make a new low in this kind of a market environment. So you have to be very strategic, watch the money flow, hedge your positions, de-risk, all the things we talk about. And in the short term, I'm just doing mostly day trades. Now, this morning I was talking about Amgen. Amgen. All right, so Amgen's consolidating. You can see Amgen on the 15-minute on the left side did trigger, right? But the 60-minute has yet to do it. The channel is starting to change direction. So I'm thinking that this signal is going to give us a buy confirmation maybe Tuesday, Wednesday. So I like Amgen. Let's see what the daily looks like. Daily on Amgen. Well, yeah, I was looking at this morning. Daily, we had a bullish engulfing candle. So very clear range, sideways range, highs, lows. The midpoint be right around 242, 245. That's about as far as I think you could get. The daily's not on a buy signal. You see that? But I like what's setting up. So next week, remind me if I don't mention it, I'll be looking at Amgen and the Biotechs that triggered today. A lot of them started going. VIX chopping around, SPY chopping around. It feels like the momentum has just clearly gone away. Nothing's moving. It's a good thing I sold Revlon when I did. It's down 50 cents from the highs. FANG stocks are just listless at this point, not going anywhere. So I know I repeat myself a lot. It probably gets on people's nerves. Maybe you mute me from time to time. It's mostly, repeating is mostly for the newer players, newer traders, newer members. Baba. All right, Revlon. See, the 60 minutes trying to trigger. You see how it's pulling back now, pulling back away from the zero. Remember it was green before, Revlon? It's probably got more upside, but the day trade worked out well. You get a point on 1,000 shares, you made your day. $500 a day, that's $10,000 a month. $1,000 a day, that's $20,000 a month. If you can average that, that's why I'm focused on this indicator so intently. If we can get good signals 90%, 80% of the time, we'll have a nice mechanism for making the bank for the day. $500 a day, that's $10,000 a month. I think a lot of people could live on that. Or if you have it in an IRA and you make $1,000 a day or $500 a day, whatever, that's going to do well. And it's protected tax-wise. And you can take out whatever you need if you're living on Social Security. Social Security is like $3,000 a month now. I was talking to my neighbor. He's an ex, he was a doctor for 40 years. He's retired. He's got a pretty nice retirement. He found out what I do, and he's constantly talking to me. He's a good guy. Good guy. His wife was principal at some school in Maryland. A lot of nice people in the neighborhood. All right, so we're just sitting here watching the markets. I'm rambling, I know. Momentum is still bullish, overall bullish for the day. Let's see what crude. You feel the momentum is just dissipated markedly. Crude oil is bouncing. It's back above 108.
Low tick alert minus 800.
FANG stocks look like profit taking with a little bit more than an hour to go. Profit taking setting in now. Good idea. Take some profits off. So far, doesn't look like we're going to get an end of day run. We're above VWAP though. All right, I'm going to shift back to stock charts. I'll be right back. Okay, Alibaba had a nice run there. Alibaba. So if you took the 105 calls, you should be at a profit. I took some 105s and I added to the 110s. Both are doing well. Alibaba. Okay, so the trading view indicator Moxie, as well as on Thinkorswim, I'll be monitoring that and taking some trades. I'll start posting them once I have a good, high confidence on exactly the way I would trade it using the indicator. The way TJ talks about TG, I say TJ, TG. You basically want both indicators. Actually, you want all three to be approving each other or confirming each other. All right, puts on Apple coming through, Ford, the Qs, Energy, XLE, Starwood Hotels, Apache calls, NIO calls, NIO. Let's see what's NIO doing. NIO. The Chinese stock, I gotta believe, I'm thinking Chinese stock's going to do a hell of a lot better over the next few months than U.S. stocks, unless something changes. We've got the Fed tightening and China's easing. I'm doing the hand scale with both my hands. Which one would you rather be in? The one on the left, the U.S., or the one on the right, China, that's easing? Or the Fed on the left hand, that is tightening? I want to be on the right side. I want to be on the right side. That's going to be the Chinese stocks. I'm not pumping them. Do your own research. But what I'm seeing, Alibaba looks like, put together a chart of Amazon back in 2000, 2002. Amazon's chart was at a low. And let me show you what I'm talking about here. Amazon. So, Baba, weekly. If this isn't a good setup, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, here's the weekly. Look at the weekly. It's just now starting to move above the 10 EMA and stay above the 10 EMA. Now, let me do Amazon. Now, this is split adjusted, you have to remember. Amazon on the weekly. I showed you this yesterday. 2000, January. No, not June. January to, yeah, January to 2002. You're going to note the similarity between Amazon and and Baba right now. Yep. Let's go out. What am I doing wrong here? Oh, that's supposed to be 2000. Okay, look at this. Look at the similarities. Now, back in 2000, 2002, Amazon was also, it's split adjusted. Notice the price. Back in 2000, 2002, Amazon was going through the same period. Sales were still climbing, but the price action had pulled back. And once it started to turn above the 10 EMA on the weekly, it turned out to be a pretty good trade going forward. That's the same place that, let me see if I can save this. Why is it not letting me save it? Did that before. All right, whatever. So if you look at Baba, here's Baba. It's just now starting to turn the corner. That's why I like Baba. Earnings are growing. Chinese regulators are getting out of the way. I'm only trading options, so I know how much I can get hurt, maximum pain. And at some point, I'll start taking some of the profits, rolling them out, take some profits, and buy some shares, looking for the longer run for this to continue going. So they approved the Ant IPO paperwork, and we had a nice little bounce on Baba as a result. This morning, we faded that move. Baba. All right. This morning, we faded that move. Pretty substantial move. If you sold some of your 110s up here, I think a lot of you did. This is starting to turn. I bought some 105s over here. Those are making money. And I added to 110s. So that's just intraday. NIO pulling back a little bit. And SPY is just sitting here. UVIX is still moving lower. I'd love to buy these things back for a couple of bucks lower. Rolled out to the December covered calls for 10 bucks. They're trading 970 now. Alibaba. Knox. AELT. Altimmune pushing higher.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right, we're just chopping around SPYs, chopping around, not giving us any direction right now. Flat VWAP still. Look at Baba's VWAP. Is flat. SGen, CGen making a higher low. Looking for a higher high. SPY just in a range. I'm not expecting much. If we can make a charge for 370, that would be awesome. All right. So the markets have slowed down markedly. The momentum is just backed off dramatically. If you're watching Trading Ticks, you see what I'm looking at. The overall options market had a peak. What time was that? They do the time like Europeans do. What is that? 12:45? No, okay, never mind. It's at a tilt. 12:45. We had a peak in momentum and started to dissipate since. But it's positive, very positive compared to yesterday, which was very negative. Everything was red yesterday. NIO. Okay, Mayo. SPY pulling back.
Low ticker minus 800.
$265 and change. That's yesterday's close. We're up here trading at 366.85. FANG stocks are giving you the same message. They're all fading from the highs.
Extreme low ticker.
All the FANG stocks are showing exactly the same thing as SPY, as you would expect. NASDAQ is still 3.8 to 1 up volume.
Low ticker minus 800.
Altimmune ALT, another one of these stocks showing up on the Moxie, breaking out. Alt's breaking out. Take care, Sean. See you later.
soon to depart Venezuela. The first cargo in 2 years to Europe following US's authorization in May, according to monitoring data.
Okay. All right, momentum has dropped off to almost nothing. I'll be right. Okay, we're just now starting to see a red histogram bar on the momentum indicator.
High took alert plus 800.
Okay, it looks like we got everybody to sell. Now I got to run it back up. Jesus. Crazy price action. All right.
Extreme high took alert.
Carnival Cruise Lines did cross today. It is higher, up over 1%. Carnival. The 60-minute hasn't triggered. The 15 did. Not really interested in it. CRISPR. Regeneron. Ziff Davis. Yeah, it's getting late in the day. Gonna have a nice weekend.
Extreme high took alert.
JD.com looking good. Momentum flashed red there for 1 sec. 1 minute it flashed red. Now it's turning higher. All right, so we're starting to slow down here as we try to approach the highs again. FANG stocks all reversed, all that short covering. Push things back, push prices back into the middle of the range. All right, nice follow through. Jeez. These crazy moves intraday. There goes Nio. Nio's about to break out. Wow, look at these freaking moves on the FANG stocks. Shorts are crushed on the FANG stocks unless they covered really quick. 10 minutes and it's boom, right back up into the price action. Yikes. Nio looks very, very, very strong. Nio. JD.com. Nice. Nio. Nio, nice. Alibaba. Come on, Alibaba. Rally into the close here.
So we are seeing from the CFTC here that speculators switched CBOT US Treasury bond futures to net short position of 29,400 contracts in the week on June 14 versus 4,963 net longs a week ago. Speculators also trimmed CBOT US 2-year Treasury futures net short position by 10,067 contracts to 160,422 in the week to June 14. Speculators increased CBOT US Ultra Bond Treasury futures net short position by 26,628 contracts to 341,601 in the week of June 14. CFTC speculators trimmed CBOT US 10-year Treasury futures net short position by 60,658 contracts to 205,529 in the week of June 14. CFTC speculators trimmed CBOT US Treasury 5-year future net short positions by 31,476 contracts to 191,071 in the week on June 14. CFTC equity fund managers cut the S&P 500 CME net long position by 31,425 contracts to 39,000.
All right, it was starting to see some profit taking again. They had that run up.
Equity fund speculators trimmed the S&P 500
Low ticker at -800. Extreme low ticker at
6 contracts to
All right, here we go back in the other direction.
We also just take a look here at the early market on close imbalance. It is sitting currently at -3 billion to the sell side.
All right, we got a little selling coming in. We got 28 minutes to go in the regular session, 28 minutes to go.
Low tick alert -800.
All right, looking for a push above this 368 zone into the close. Hmm.
Looking now at the early markets on close imbalance, now sitting at 3.4 billion to the sell side, 3.4 billion to the sell side.
All right. Tick cumulative is still grinding higher. We have a little bit more than 20 minutes to go. Got a few minutes to go. We are green on the day. We're well off of the best levels of the session. Crazy volatility. All right, Apple's starting to pick up a bid right here. End of day, Apple.
Low tick alert minus 800. Extreme low tick alert.
Last minute jockeying for position. Traders taking profits off, pulling back a little bit. We drop a little bit and then they buy it again. A lot of volatility in the markets.
Looking at the early market on close imbalance is sitting at 3.3 billion to the sell side and 3.3 billion to the sell side.
3.3 billion to sell.
Low tick alert minus 800. Extreme low tick alert.
That's funny. We've got 15 minutes to go for the closing bell. 14 minutes to go. Nice bounce. Monday is a holiday. No trading on Monday. Enjoy your weekend. I have a hard stop. I'm gonna go pick up my son. There goes ALT, starting to go. Alt is still going. All right, so we're chopping around here. We got 10 minutes to go. Did we get a blast higher or a sell off? We got, I think he said 3 billion to sell. Market on close. What was that? 3.3 billion to sell. Market on close.
Low tick alert minus 800.
So looking at the market on close imbalance now, sitting at 2.0 billion to the sell side, 2.0 billion to the sell side. That's the market on close imbalance coming in at 2.0 billion to the sell side.
Amazon bouncing out. Amazon. Nvidia bouncing. NIO looks like it wants to go. NIO. LABU bouncing. LABU. Shorts covering. Amazon moving a bit higher. Amazon. Alibaba faded from the highs of the day, 104 and change. Just shy of 103. Can't wait for the weekend. I love these long weekends. I don't get many vacation days, as you know. NIO's going end of day. NIO, N-I-O. NIO popping. We've got a few minutes to go. 6 minutes to go. Closing bell. There goes NIO. Starting to move now. Amazon running. NVIDIA popping. NVIDIA is ripping here. Wow. Look at the NVIDIA go. Holy smackerels. NIO going. We got 5 minutes to go. This is your host, Cousin Minnie, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. I trust you had a good day in both directions. It is Friday, the June 17th. Monday, we're off. Closed for Juneteenth. All right, I'm going to close this a little bit higher. Looks like. Every time we try to rally above 370, 3,700, we get smacked down. 36.90, there's not a lot left there. Maybe traders just stopped, moved away. Not trading. There's very little supply now. About 15,000 contracts at 36.90. We could blast right through that and close near 3,700.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Amazon still going. NVIDIA, same thing. Looks like shorts covered there. Looks like shorts covered. LABU with bounce. If you have options that are expiring today, make sure you check. June 17th. All right. All right, seeing profit taking in that spike on Amazon and NVIDIA. See a little profit taking on that spike. They still have time to paint this close. They could drop this and give it a red look today. Which reminds me, let's take a look at the daily, see what that candle looks like now. Okay, still a doji. All right, so the rule on a doji inside day, the rule is look for the break higher or lower. All right, folks, that's a wrap. Have a great weekend, everyone. Take care. Mikey, thanks for everything. Paolo, take care. Michael Keeley, thanks. Frano, take care. Everyone, thanks for all the posts in the trading room. Always appreciated. CV, because of any, thanks. You schmuck. Thanks for hanging out today. Frank, see you later. NGB, Rick, Frank, Doug L, NGB, thanks. John McMorris, have a good one. Anton, as always, thanks for looking at the other side of the trade. Always appreciate your posts. Although sometimes you're depressing. Just kidding. Always good to look at the other side of the trade because you're not always going to be right. If you're right 70% of the time, you're lucky. Yoda, thanks. Kenny Tran, thanks for everything. Have a great weekend. If you're listening, Kenny, I think you cut out. Sean, take care. Anna, thanks. Robin Hood, Rob, Mr. Hood, take care. Thanks for all your posts, Anna. TQQQ, by the way, Anna, I took off the calls. I made a nice trade on that. Cayman, thank you, buddy. Money Magic, thanks for all your posts. Mondo, say hello to everybody in New Jersey. Always appreciated all the humor in the room. Jim 19, take care. Jacob, see you later. Russell, see you later. Buford, thanks for everything. Captain Cautious, if you're listening, take care. Robert, Mr. Kaplan, take care. Have a great evening. Enjoy your weekend. Daniel, take care. Brother Bill, if you're listening, take care. All right, I think that's a wrap. I think I caught everybody in the evening session. Yoda, I think I said hello, and thanks for everything. Sundog, Jeff, take care out in Arizona. Dollar, thank you. Thanks for that Boeing trade earlier. All right, and that is a wrap. Have a great weekend, everyone. This is your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It was a wonderful day in the neighborhood. We'll see you on Tuesday. Monday, we're off. Ciao, Bella. Sound of crickets into the close.